Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week, we're broadcasting live from Oasis Lane's bowling alley, discussing the 2009 horror film, The Collector. This film was directed by Marcus Dunstan from a screenplay by Dunstan and Patrick Melton. Inventively integrating several subgenres, The Collector offers audiences a gruesome experience and a dark twist on your standard heist film. With highly saturated cinematography, terrifying traps, unrelenting tension, and a unique killer, this film would defy its poor critical reception to become something of a cult favorite, spawning a sequel 3 years later. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show: Jason Keene, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Kiana T, Lai Ken, Rue There It Is, Jasmine, Donna Eason, Megan M, and the Chief King. We'd like to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, The Collector, what were your first impressions on the film?
This is one of those movies that I've seen like the cover for or like the picture, the poster for it all the time. Never seen it. Didn't know anything about it. So this is a first time watch. I'm a little confused, I'll be honest. I got a lot of enjoyment out of the movie. I don't know if it was for the right reasons. What a weird movie. Like there's a little bit of story there. There's some stuff there that we're told or that we're, just kind of like, hey, check it out. But I don't know how much of that I care about or like how I'd pick up on it. Like it was just kind of there. The movie for me felt like a couple different movies combined to like try to make a movie. Some of the visuals are cool.
Right.
Some of the kills are pretty cool, I guess. I didn't really collect a lot of thoughts coming again, first time watch, first impression. It was okay. I had fun. Like I said, in all honesty, I did have fun with the movie. It is a little hard to kind of think of because there's a lot of things I didn't like about this movie. In all honesty, there's a lot I didn't like at all, but I did find a sense of enjoyment. For me, it was almost that it's so bad, it's good. And for that, I mean, I'll give it that. I had fun watching it. But am I supposed to, like, was that the intention? I don't know.
I think Almost So Bad It's Good really sums it up for me as well, because there were moments where I had to pause it to giggle and laugh, especially toward the end when things start really popping off.
Yeah.
And the climax is climaxing, and it's just some choices are made that really just tickled me to no end.
I will say that movies like this, it's hard to not, because I know we're going to get into it, we're going to talk about it, but you do want to talk about a lot of it during first impressions, but we're not allowed.
And be specific.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, we'll definitely get there. This was a first time watch for me as well. And I was really excited because the only thing I knew about it, I'm sure, is something that T's going to talk about in his production. And that is the only thing that I knew about it.
Okay.
So I was really excited. Like you said, I've seen that cover so many times with this mask.
Mm-hmm.
What is he collecting?
Yeah.
Who is he? Why is he collecting these things? I'm intrigued. And it was, requested quite a bit.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what's happening. But, it does have its problems. I think you said it has a little bit of story, and I want to kind of lean on a little bit. I think that sometimes when you write, you get kind of like a lightning bolt idea where it's like, what if someone is going to do this, but when they get there, this is happening? And that's your jumping off point.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you elaborate, and then you build these characters, and then you add nuances and intricacies and things that make that story more compelling, more interesting, either weirder or more grounded or whatever. But it kind of feels like we stopped at that lightning bolt. What if this was happening, but this was also happening?
Right.
Because it's very bare bones. I understand why our protagonist, who, he's got his own shit going on.
Yeah.
But we understand why he's making the decisions that he's making. But you're left with so many other questions of what led us here. Why is this other thing happening? I really thought there was going to be some big reveal or some puzzle piece was going to slide in and make, oh shit, recontextualize things. But that really never happens. And so we were talking off mic about how people label this kind of like gore porn. And I don't agree with that. I don't think it's that gratuitous or that extreme, although there is some pretty rough stuff, but I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but I feel like it is really lacking in the story. Like the story feels like a very bare bones vehicle for just some crazy shit to be happening in this house. You know what I mean? And it just left me wanting more in that department. Like you said, though, some of the kills are cool, or some of the injuries, some of the
yeah,
the props and whatnot. Again, we make some really wild choices as the film goes on. That again, it is not good, but did I have a good time with some of it? I did.
Yeah.
So it makes it a little bit difficult because I don't think that that's what was set out. But as we say, once you make a piece of art and you let it out into the world, people are going to, digest it however they see fit. And I did, kick my feet giggling a little because some of this is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, did I enjoy the movie for what it is? Yes and no. I don't think it's a good movie. For my taste. And this is something that aligns with something I do like quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it just didn't do it for me in that regard. In terms of pure, what are we doing here? Yes, I did get some giggles and I did have a good time with that. So it's difficult. The Collector was a weird one. I have a collection of thoughts on the Collector.
I will say it is funny how you mentioned this idea being like the jumping off point of bringing two premises together.
Yeah.
Because once I get to my production, you'll be like, oh, there it is.
Okay. Well, that's just how it felt.
But I was kind of in the same boat where I swear I've never seen this film before. At least I didn't think so.
Yeah.
And I watched it, and then I went to log in on Letterboxd, and there was already a rating there. And I was like, all right, well, let me knock that down a little.
Yeah.
And I will say it is one of those things exactly where it's a difficult film to rate or to really consider how exactly you feel about it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the things that I did enjoy about it, I don't know if it was their intention at all.
Right.
Yeah.
The things that made me laugh, it's like, were you trying to be serious? Because on its face, it's very like dark Looney Tunes.
Yeah, no, for real.
No, literally.
It's
It is.
absurd. Some of these deaths, it's like a comedy of errors.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some moments where it's just like one thing after another, and it's like Sideshow Bob and the Rakes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you have to be, because by all counts from the interviews that I read, they were talking about exactly that, this bare bones, back to basics, classic style horror film.
Yeah.
But if that's the intention, I don't think that's what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that there is a lot more comedy here, albeit unintentionally, than you probably predicted.
It almost feels like a spoof on some of the kills or like some of the things that are going on, but they couldn't commit, so it's like, no, we got to be serious.
It's almost giving Tucker and Dale
Okay.
Yes.
in
Yeah,
certain
yeah.
points because
Okay.
it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
And I again, we talk a lot about having characters you can relate to.
Mm-hmm.
The character at the center of this is in financial plight,
Yeah.
which is something that all three of us can relate to.
Oh, yeah.
But their attempts to make him endearing do not work for me.
Yeah.
And the more we get to know him and see what he's about, it's like, this dude sucks, man. I do not really care for our protagonist.
No.
And what's worse is if you have a film like this where you're like, okay, well, the protagonist isn't for me, so at least the villain's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Not really.
No.
I think that there are some things that confound me about this villain. Certain elements of his appearance that may or may not be supernatural. I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows?
And it's never explored or explained.
Nope.
And I don't even know exactly his purpose for what he's doing.
No.
Yeah.
I think that that's something where if you have a horror villain and there's a level of ambiguity there, that can lead to it being scarier.
Right.
Because it's like, we don't know who he is. We don't know what he's doing or why he's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just like a pull for him to do these horrible things.
Right.
Like a Michael Myers.
Yeah.
But here, I feel like it, especially when we learn a little bit more, it kind of does become important to learn why the hell this guy is doing this.
Yeah.
And we just never do.
Nope.
Maybe that comes in the collection, which is the sequel.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it does.
But I don't know. I think that there are some good things here. I do appreciate... And it's, again, I feel like there's a lot of this thing that's, for me, kind of middle of the road, because there's like, I appreciate this aspect of it, but the same exact thing, it's like, I didn't like it. Mm-hmm. So the cinematography, there are some cool shots that you'll find, interesting compositions. But then there's an entire room that I think was filmed through a jar of piss.
The lighting goes crazy.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
It's like, it's saturated to the point, and drink more water, by the way. Voss water from last week.
Yes.
But it's very puzzling to me, and it is oversaturated, and I know that was their intention, was to push these kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
And there are, though, some moments of lighting that do remind me of some of my favorite films.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so it's like, okay, I see what you're attempting to do here, and you're successful sometimes, and other times maybe it's a little too much. There are some things that I learned about the production design and the locations and the editing that are pretty interesting, that I think deserve some kudos in the way that they stitched it all together.
Mm-hmm.
This film was honestly made very quickly, and what they were able to accomplish in a short period of time,
Yeah.
you have to respect that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. This one is a very strange film to me, because there is so much about it that is, for me, pretty unremarkable. And then there are other things that are like, oh, that's a pretty decent idea.
Yeah.
And then there's just stuff that's flat out hilarious.
I wonder if because of what we get here, I wonder if, do you guys remember Valdo from Soul Calibur? The guy who's just kind of like wiggling around everywhere.
That's fair. I
Maybe
do.
if it was a little more of like he was like a nobody or whatever, you know what I mean? He's just kind of
yeah.
like dancing. It's like,
Not
oh,
a
what
nobody.
the fuck's
Uh-huh.
going on?
Do you think if a supernatural element were added to that character, it would make it better?
I think we need to shit or get off the pot.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
that's what
just
I
that,
think.
Yeah.
It either needs to be, and honestly, I kind of think no. I kind of don't want that.
No?
Keep it grounded?
Keep it grounded, because what's happening is so horrific, and it is like our like base fears, whether it's something that you think about consciously or not. This happening or something like this happening or something in this, vein happening is terrifying to anyone.
Yeah.
And I think that that's scary enough. It just being a guy doing this shit, that to me is scary enough.
Yeah.
But when you have, whatever, we'll talk about what aspects to him that
Don't worry.
seem a little off. It is confusing. It's just a little confounding.
Well, before we get into The Collector, I do want to talk about how it was made. I have a lot of information from various sources, including the commentary track with Marcus Dunstan and Patrick Melton, as well as interviews with the two of them in Bloody Disgusting, Collider, and UpcomingHorrorMovies.com.
Very nice.
So, to begin with an interesting fact that I somehow did not know until now, have both of you heard of the horror film called Feast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That film was the winner of the 3rd season of the television show Project Greenlight with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
Yeah.
And 2 of the members of the team that made that film and pinned that script were none other than Marcus Dunstan and Patrick Melton.
No shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was their first feature film to ever be produced.
Okay.
That was, I believe, in 2005.
Mm-hmm.
But about a year after the release of Feast, the pair had an idea for another film, which was sparked by a single question. What if James Caan's character from Thief broke into the Tooth Fairy's house from Manhunter? Francis Dollarhide.
Okay.
The strength of this idea and the potential to mix the heist and home invasion subgenres with horror excited the executives at an outfit called Fortress Features, and they paid the pair to draft a screenplay that would eventually be called The Midnight Man. In 2007, they presented the finished script to Fortress, and they were big fans of it. But it didn't take long for them to realize that they would not be able to finance the production all alone. So they came up with an idea. Fortress would finance a sort of proof of concept trailer for The Midnight Man, and then Dunstan, having directed that trailer, would take it with Patrick Melton to shop around town in the hopes that they could find producers to co-finance the film with Fortress.
Okay.
So Dunstan shoots the trailer, and then he and Melton do just that, going to different studios to gauge their interest. But during this time, the script for The Midnight Man ends up on the desk of an executive at Twisted Pictures.
Ah.
This part of the story comes a bit familiar for anyone who has listened to or was there for the recording of.
I've done both.
Yes. I believe episode 259 of Pod Mortem,
Yes.
Saw 4.
Uh-huh.
An executive at Twisted Pictures loved the script for The Midnight Man and thought that with a few tweaks, it could become a prequel to the Saw films. They had just made Saw 3. Lee Winnell was not interested in coming back to script the 4th, and so they were looking for ideas.
Yeah.
And this seemed to be the perfect one. It was going to be reworked at the time to depict a traumatic experience in the life of a very young John Kramer.
Wait.
Yes.
So John Kramer wouldn't be the collector.
He wouldn't be the collector. He wouldn't be the thief. He would be a child.
Oh, what a life. I feel like this is too much.
Yeah.
It's like, where do you think I got these ideas? I believe his parents left him at home on a Christmas trip.
But we've seen his backstory. How would that work?
Well, we
haven't
hadn't seen him as a little boy.
wee lad. Yeah, we haven't.
Yeah, but I don't know.
It's too much.
It is.
It's too much.
And the producers were on your side.
Okay.
They had said, we are not interested at all in doing a prequel in that
Yeah.
in any way, shape, or form with that story.
Right.
And so the idea was promptly scrapped, but the strength of this script got Dunstan and Melton's foot in the door. And after pitching a trilogy of Saw films,
Yeah.
it would eventually lead to them scripting Saw 4, Saw 5, and Saw 6.
Okay.
So it worked out.
Yeah.
But just as they've been hired to script Saw 4, with the prequel idea completely discarded, the pair continued taking meetings for The Midnight Man. in the hopes of getting it made as its own feature. A small bidding war would ensue, and it would eventually end up with those scumbag pieces of shit, the Weinsteins, at Dimension Films.
Boo.
Yeah.
A few reasons for this were the fact that Dimension had already produced Feast back in 2005, and Dimension was also the only studio that agreed to keep Dunstan at the helm as director. And they also included a strict penalty clause in their contracts if the film wasn't produced within a year.
Oh. I will say, though, it is admirable. I think that they were given this opportunity to join an established, successful franchise, but they still nurtured this and wanted to make it happen instead of like bringing the last season to an abrupt and unsatisfying ending to go do something bigger and what they thought was better and, you know, destroying their legacy.
And then literally not getting any jobs after that.
You know, the road less traveled, I guess.
So with a budget of $3 million, The Midnight Man heads into production in Louisiana, where Dunstan and crew are given just 19 days to shoot 75% of the film.
Woo!
Oh, wow.
Principal photography was obviously quite strenuous, with Dunstan noting that they literally shot 24-hour days.
Damn.
12 hours with the first unit and 12 hours for the second unit to get extra coverage on their very limited schedule.
So maybe they were just tired.
It's possible.
On the stuff that doesn't work so well.
Like, let's have some fun.
Yeah.
But depending on the source, they would spend the next 3 or 6 months after this in Los Angeles doing pickups off and on, mostly on Dunstan's dime.
Oh, wow.
In, I believe, Collider, they said that he spent about $300,000 of his own money.
Damn.
So again, it's admirable.
Yeah.
But when they finally present the film to Dimension and Miramax, the studio loves it. But with their slate of releases at the time, which included Piranha 3D, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, and Inglourious Bastards.
Okay.
All right, one of those
Like
things.
one-
One of those things is not like the other.
They told Dunstan and Melton that they had no plans to release The Midnight Man in theaters.
What?
So, thankfully,
Yeah.
the pair were given permission to shop the film around once again, where it was eventually bought from Dimension Films by Mickey Liddell at Liddell Entertainment, who would put even more money into the film and allow for a couple of creative changes that we'll talk about later, including the title finally being changed from The Midnight Man to The Collector.
Okay.
But the film would eventually be released in theaters by Freestyle Releasing, and after 4 submissions to the MPAA, it was finally given a proper R rating.
Damn.
God damn.
So there was more.
Yeah.
But the critics were not kind. With many branding it, as we've already hinted at a few times, with that dreaded torture porn label.
Right.
But despite this reception, the film would go on to earn $10.5 million at the box office against that $3 million budget.
Hey.
Yeah.
It's a modest success.
Yeah.
And it would eventually lead to a sequel called The Collection in 2012, with rumors of a third film gestating for over 15 years since then.
God damn.
13 years. My math is wrong.
Yeah.
But it's also one of our most requested films recently, which is very interesting.
Yes.
And it is.
It is.
Now, before we burglarize this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's sneak in. So the film begins within a peaceful suburban neighborhood in the dark of night. We linger behind the bowl of a landscape light, its bright bulb buzzing to life and illuminating a mass of chirping crickets which have accumulated inside. We pan past its small glow and through the thin beams and caution tape of a construction scaffold, spying a pale yellow Cape Cod-style house across the street, expansive yet unassuming, as the homeowners return, pulling their SUV to park in the driveway in front of the detached garage. Larry and Gina Wharton, played by William Prale and Diane Ayala Goldner, respectively, push through the side entrance to the property, the door clattering against their washing machine, with Gina letting loose a jovial cackle as she closes it behind them.
William Prell, he was in Children of the Corn 666, Isaac's Return in 99.
It's a long title.
That's a long-ass title.
The Prophecy 2 in 98. He was also in Feast 2 and 3 in 08 and 09. Also, he did Pulse 2 and 3. Both of them were in 08.
Interesting.
Diane Ayala Goldner, she was also in all three of the Feast movies, Feast 1, 2, and 3, 05, 08, and 09, Pulse 2, Afterlife in 08, and Halloween 2 in 09.
We'll get there. We will.
I genuinely can't wait.
It makes sense, all these Feast castings, especially with Dunstan and Melton having written them.
Yeah.
But Goldner is actually married to the director of Feast, John Gulager.
Okay.
Oh.
Larry collects himself, and the tired couple are all kisses and cuddles as they enter their unlit living room after what appears to have been an eventful evening. Gina steps out of her high-heeled shoes, and the pair part company, Larry assuring his wife that he'll be upstairs in just a minute. She sets off alone for the staircase, passing what appears to be a disarmed security system as she ascends the steps. Larry, however, cycles through a stack of mail that he finds on the kitchen counter, but when he reaches to switch on the lights, nothing happens. His curious eyes peer up to the recessed fixtures in the ceiling, which offer no respite from the continued darkness. And when Gina's panicked cry of his name echoes from upstairs, Larry races through the house, up the staircase, and into their bedroom, where he finds his wife standing, shaken.
I felt like they were coming in, maybe like you said, a night out, finna go get the old dinner or whatever.
All
and
right.
then he starts looking through the mail. He seemed panicked immediately with the lights. To hear your spouse scream, I would be like, I'd probably pee a little bit and be like, oh my God.
Well, yeah.
Like, why are my lights off? What the fuck?
There's moments where it almost feels like people fear that they might be targets of this villain.
Yeah.
But then that's not a thing because it is completely at random, we learn.
Yeah.
But when he switches on off the lights and it doesn't work, he's like, oh shit, the collector's here.
Yeah.
Like, it's basically how
My
it works.
time has come.
He does.
But with her heels dangling from her hand, Gina points across the room, and we pan over to her peculiar discovery. Parked next to their bed and settled in front of a bay window sits a weathered trunk, its maroon exterior chipped and stained, with a pristine white card folded and placed at the center of the handle on top. Gina inquires, "What's that box doing in our bedroom?" Larry suggests that maybe one of the crew left it behind, but Gina is doubtful of this possibility, especially when Larry admits that he doesn't know when they could have done that. We press in closer to the mysterious container as Larry inches his way forward, reaching for the card that rests on top. When Gina asks what it is, Larry answers, reading the black text printed on it. A card. For the collection. A thud suddenly rocks the trunk from the inside, Larry jumping back from it as it jostles back and forth in front of him. He steels himself, and against Gina's protests, his fingers find the locks at the trunk's side, unlatching them. She waits trembling, suspenseful strings rising in the score as Larry slowly creaks the door open, sheer terror seizing the man as he discovers the frightful sight waiting for him inside. As he shudders for the help of an unanswering God, a black-gloved hand reaches out from behind him, silencing his reverberating scream with its firm palm, and we cut to black.
Did his wife do that to him because he opened the box?
Because where did that person come from?
I don't know.
It's like she just puts on the glove.
Yeah, I told you.
But this is an intriguing cold open.
Yes.
It's like, what the hell? And the way that I thought was that this happens later and we're going to, Tarantino it, go back and see how we got here.
Yeah,
That's what I thought it was.
Okay.
Something very interesting about this cold open is that they did not film it during principal photography. They filmed it, I believe, 6 months later because what had happened is the way that it's written in the script, they said that it would have taken, because I think there was supposed to be an explosion here too, but they said that it would take like a third of the budget to do it.
Okay.
And so they were just like, fuck it, we won't do it at all.
Yeah.
And then when it comes time and they get this extra financing from Liddell and from Dunstan, they decide to shoot it, and they actually shot it in the same house that they shot the proof of concept trailer.
Okay.
But it was not going to be in the film until they got that extra funding, and I think that it's kind of important that it is in the film.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense, obviously for later. Mm-hmm. And it's a strong cold open because you're like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
But I think that if we were to cut that out and open it the way that it's about to open after this sequence, it's almost like a false sense of security. Like, we have no idea. Mm-hmm. We don't know about this box. We don't know anything.
Honestly, and you saying that has kind of changed my mind immediately.
Yeah.
Because I think that the way it plays out, that's honestly really fair, because if it plays out that way without this scene, then everything is like the biggest and strangest surprise.
Yeah. We know we don't know anything that's about to happen.
Yeah.
My convictions were not strong if one sentence is like opposite opinion.
Yeah. It was the House of Cards.
Yes. But Larry's scream gives way to industrial percussion, distorted voices, and a fuzzy, pulsing bass line. In the midst of the cacophony, we're treated to the opening credits through rough, stylized shots of varying focus and flickering grit, revealing the title, The Collector.
You get me closer to God.
I will. That makes perfect sense.
Come on.
Yeah.
The composer for this film was actually Jerome Dillon, who was a former member of Nine Inch Nails.
Okay.
Shut the fuck
Yes. Which is funny because I know that there are also a lot of comparisons of this film to Saw, and the composer of Saw was Charlie Clouser, who was also a former member of Nine Inch Nails.
Oh my
Fucking
God,
hilarious.
that's amazing.
But I guess Dunstan and Melton said that they were so stoked when Dylan agreed to do the score because they had actually wrote this film to Nine Inch Nails.
Oh man, that's great.
And interestingly, The Collector is a Nine Inch Nails song, but I never found an interview where they said that that's where they thought of the name of the character, the title, or anything.
Huh.
But it has to be.
It is interesting because this did kind of feel like a nod to the opening from Seven, and this was at one time going to be a Saw film, and then Saw is so
Also
clearly influenced by Seven. It just felt like, a kind of wink. But knowing, and that is one thing that I forgot to mention in the first impressions, is I like the music in this film.
Oh, yeah.
It feels unconventional, especially when we start it kind of like industrial. Some of it is very almost mellow at some points, and it's just not what you would expect, and I really enjoyed it. So learning that that's who it was, that's very interesting. I didn't know that.
It was very Blue Man Group to me.
Oh, right.
It was okay.
Okay.
I turned it down a little. It was,
Like, we can mute this part, right?
Relax.
But through this montage, the muted montage for JP, we spy the long legs of a crawling tarantula, overexposed jars of assorted specimens and embalmed organs, a conspicuous camcorder angled in our direction, followed by tight textured flashes of wriggling insects. A hand then reaches for the controller of a carousel of slides, images of suburban houses cast brightly against a dingy wall before the owner of the hand gets to work. He plots devious plans and scribbles across schematics and blueprints, collecting nails from a tin and wiping away adhesives as he assembles devices beneath a dim overhead lamp. And through frenetic bursts, we find him silhouetted at the center of a long plastic-lined corridor, dragging the mysterious trunk through a haze of orange light. The bulbous body of a tarantula then creeps down the middle of the frame before it gives way to a blur, the shot refocusing to settle on the skinless face of a bound man, his horrific mouth twisting open to howl a pained shriek, and we cut abruptly to black.
And, I do love a title sequence.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's something that we don't get very often. I think I talked about that in The Black Phone. I believe.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, a little treat. Like, I feel like we used to do this all the time and we don't that much anymore. I know this is from 2009, but even then we weren't really doing it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a really good opportunity to kind of introduce you to the aesthetics of a film.
Yeah.
Or like get you really into that atmosphere.
Or tell the whole story like Identity.
Yeah. It's like, oh, we got the twist pretty early. The funny thing is there was kind of an evolution of the idea of what they were going to do for this opening sequence. Initially, they weren't going to do one at all. And then they thought that they could maybe farm it out to a proper company to do it for them like they did on 7.
Yeah.
But they eventually just settled on having the cinematographer, Brandon Cox, do it completely all his own.
Okay.
He shot it himself on 35 millimeter and even edited it himself.
Okay.
And interestingly, the silhouetted killer that we see in the opening sequence was switched off and played by the director, the screenwriter, and the first assistant director. And of course, it would not surprise you that it was absolutely inspired by 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But some of the other inspirations for the cinematography in this film, which I found very interesting, were Dean Cundy's work on Escape from New York.
Okay.
Fincher's Panic Room, which absolutely.
Okay.
But very awesome as well, and we see it a lot in the lighting. Argento's Suspiria. And not the lighting, but some of the camera movements. Tenebrae.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we then fade in on a distant sunrise, panning through the shadows of skeletal trees with the golden light of dawn cast through their barren branches. We glide over a field of flowers, cars speeding by on a remote road to the stilted, arpeggiated chords of Awake to You by Patient 113. So, very interestingly, there's quite a few Patient 113 songs in this film, and they were initially used simply because the production couldn't afford more well-known songs.
Yeah.
And so Patient 113 offered the use of their music for, fittingly, $1.13.
Aww.
Okay.
I like it.
Me too.
Yeah.
I think that it works for what they're trying to do and establish this kind of a tone.
Right, right.
And I think the other stuff works well too, and they were able to secure further funding for some songs that we've absolutely heard before.
Yeah.
But I think this Patient 113 stuff isn't that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in the full brightness of the morning, we pan past a long path leading up to a towering white mansion. The lawn out front lined with various vehicles, and the property filled with workers tending to their tasks. A large yellow spider descends from its web to delicately hang in front of us as we survey the expansive home from behind the jagged bark of a tree. And as we do, we soon settle on the door of a van, the driver pushing it open and stepping out in slow motion before slamming it shut, a decal on its side reading, Master Trap Exterminator. Interesting.
It is interesting. I didn't clock this truck being here until you just said that. I totally forgot about it. But we saw all those bugs in the light fixture at the very, I believe it's like the first thing that we see in the cold open. And then now we have the spider, and then there's more bugs going forward. Did anybody else think that the collector would have like something to do with collecting bugs?
I'll be honest, I did notice the extermination truck, and that was the very first thing that came to my mind when I seen it. I was like, oh, we've already seen bugs. Bugs. That was it.
You know, it feels like a motif, a theme, and I thought that maybe it's like we've collected all the bugs. Let's start collecting other things. Kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Like
graduating.
Yeah, like on Animal Crossing when you give Blathers all the bugs and stuff, and he's like, now start getting the villagers. No, I'm just kidding.
He's like, kill for me.
Bring me Tom
See
Nook.
with the update. Damn.
God damn, I didn't play that one.
It's the new update. No, but you know what I mean? I thought that it would be, because I think that that's the meticulousness with which, you know, people preserve bugs or like pin butterflies and moths and stuff like that. I think that that could lend itself to kind of like an obsessive, let's graduate, let's escalate, you know? And I in my mind, you know, I'm going there and we don't get that.
No.
But I think that in the inclusion of bugs, I think that that would have been a cool thing to do.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think that there are some things that put you in the mind of bug behavior.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like it being a theme and a motif throughout the film.
Yeah.
There's also some deaths that are very funny, and I guess that's Bugs Bunny. I don't.
That's where they went with
it. But rising up the pillars that line the front porch, we head inside the opulent structure, where Arkin O'Brien, played by Josh Stewart, tears the tape free from the newly installed glass of the dining room window.
Josh Stewart, not Jon Stewart.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, right. This guy, a lot of stuff. He was in 28 episodes of Criminal Minds, 20 episodes of Third Watch. He was in The Curious Case of Benjamin Button in 2008, The Dark Knight Rises in 2012, Insidious: The Last Key in 2018.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
They had said that the casting process was so down to the wire that Josh Stewart was officially locked in like 70 hours before they started filming.
Dude.
Damn.
They said that he came to Louisiana on Friday and they started filming on Monday.
This Rush production, I think, can kind of explain some aspects of the film that don't really work all that well.
Yeah.
Because even, unfortunately, because I know that he's a good actor, but some of his performance feels a little rehearsal.
Yeah.
I can totally see that. And I was going to say, I feel like most of my issues with Arkin aren't the actor, but the character.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay.
It's just funny.
But Michael Chase, the owner of the house, played by Michael Riley Burke, wades through the workers in the hall to call out to Arkin, checking in on his progress.
Michael Riley Burke, he was in the Ted Bundy movie in 2002. He has a small credit in Mars Attacks from 96.
Hell yeah. Everyone in the world was in Mars Attacks.
I think we were in it, weren't we?
Yeah.
He did 33 episodes of Lincoln Heights.
All right.
He was also in the Slender Man movie in 2018.
Okay.
They had mentioned on commentary specifically that Ted Bundy movie.
Yeah.
I think that might have led into something with his casting.
Okay.
Seeing that everything is moving along as it should be, Michael asks Arkin if after he takes a look at the door upstairs, could he put the rest of the window bars up today? Arkin accepts the assignment, and Michael acknowledges that even though they're in the middle of nowhere, his wife still insists on Detroit decor. Arkin accepts this with silent reluctance and a pasted smile, returning to the window to tear the last strip of tape away. It is funny because we see him talking to Michael, and then we cut back to the wide, and Michael's just gone.
Yeah.
It's like, was that an imagined conversation? But we see that Michael has actually stepped into the den, where another worker, played by Ryan Glorioso, stands on a stepladder at the center of the room, securing a projector into the ceiling. And Glorioso was the casting director in Shreveport where they filmed this.
Okay.
That's hilarious.
But cast onto the screen at the far wall is a video of Hannah, Michael's young daughter, played by Carly Scott Collins, beaming a bright smile as she swims through the water of an outdoor pool. And Michael lingers a moment to relive the memory of this serene summer day.
Carly Scott Collins, she was in Pulse 2, The Afterlife in 2008,
Again?
and Pulse 3, yeah.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
They had said that they filmed all of those back to back and that she is one of the most professional actors that they've ever worked with.
Aw.
Okay.
I mean, she
She does good.
No,
she
yeah.
does.
I was a little confused here. I know you're putting up my projector, but how did you get my family videos? And why are you using them to test this when nobody else is in here?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I thought that we were telling a different kind of story here because he is looking so wistfully at this video.
Yeah.
I thought that something had happened to her.
Oh,
And
okay.
then we see her
Okay.
in like 2 seconds. I was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It was a very, and I get it as a parent, you look back at pictures and videos
Yeah.
and it's like,
Yeah.
but you know, I thought that something different was happening
Okay,
here. I
okay.
was relieved to see that that wasn't the case.
I was
Yeah.
a little puzzled too because I didn't see like a laptop or anything anywhere. So I was like, is it just in the projector?
Yeah,
It's sinister.
I was also kind of, I'm not sure if they are just moving in because it seems like they are moved in.
Yeah.
But they have so many people out here working on so many different things.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily understand what is going on at this house right now.
Me either.
No.
But upstairs, Arkin kneels in front of the difficult door that Michael mentioned earlier, sanding down the paint at its edges. His weary eyes wander around the hall, tracing framed photographs of the Chase family that rest atop a nearby shelf in the Chase bedroom. But when he focuses in on a business card stashed at the bottom of one of the frames, Chase Jewelers, Michael Chase, broker, Arkin's eyes widen at the seeming arrival of an idea. But standing at her ornate bathroom mirror is Victoria Chase, Michael's wife, Hannah's mother, and Vortex Club member, played by Andrea Roth. I was like, really?
Victoria Chase?
Andrea Roth, she was in 93 episodes of Rescue Me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Furrowing her brow, she traces her pinky over a small wrinkle at their center, pondering, and what should I call you? Posed behind her in a family photograph nearby, Victoria finds Jill, her older daughter played by Madeline Zima, proposing Jill to be the name of her perceived imperfection. She snags a syringe from the countertop, and pinching the offending flesh between her fingers, she sticks the needle into it, wincing mildly as she presses the plunger. As a bead of blood blooms at the site of her injection, Victoria announces, "Goodbye, Jill."
So this isn't the way you're supposed to do this.
No. And that's not
was
healthy.
wondering.
No, it was
No.
real aggressive, and that's your daughter. And there's just a lot. There's a lot here. Again, I thought we were going to flesh out these characters more because I think that they're trying to portray her as like this vapid, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we don't. This is it. I mean, this is Victoria Chase.
Oh, yeah.
Vortex Club member.
Yes.
Victoria Chase. This is it. Like,
I think that the only thing that they're trying to accomplish here in this scene is the introduction of her face being poked by something to return at a later date.
but you know, you
Okay.
can get like people will come when you're rich. You can have like Boblet come to your house and
Well,
do
he'll
this.
fuck you up. Don't.
Yeah, don't call that guy.
No, he was going through it at the time.
But this is that was scary.
It was, and that has to be more than is necessary.
I would
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
I would think so, and I don't think it goes in that deep either. I don't know.
To bleed and shit?
I've
Yeah.
seen it done on Bravo a lot, and they don't normally stab. You know,
Poke.
even just poke. Even Boblet wouldn't do it.
No, but his bad results came later.
Yeah, that was
My forehead's falling off. It's real
a little
bad.
different.
Yeah. But we then return to Arkin, who turns his head away, possibly having witnessed the entire thing. I'm very confused with the geography of this house in this scene.
Yeah.
What I understand in this moment at this time is that he sees all of this, but he mostly sees this business card.
Yeah.
And this business card sparks an idea in this moment. But that's not exactly true either.
No,
Right.
it's not.
And he's somehow looking at photos that are in front of someone, which is interesting. But what makes more sense to me is that they, again, rushed production and they stitched these shots together in a way they hoped would make sense
Yeah.
if you don't dig in too deeply.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's what we do here.
That's all we do.
Yeah.
One thing JP did mention off mic that could make a lot of sense is Arkin is more just looking at the mirror.
Yeah.
But I also don't understand how he's aware.
I don't know. I was just trying to make sense of what was going on.
No, you're doing your best. I respect it
Yeah.
and appreciate it.
And before we move on, Madeline Zima, she was in The Hand That Rocks the Cradle in 1992.
Mm-hmm.
And I was very surprised because I was like, oh, shit. She was in 145 episodes of The Nanny from
What?
93 to 99.
What?
She is Grace Sheffield.
That's wild.
Shut your fucking mouth.
That's what her credit is.
That was a little cruel.
No, because I didn't even recognize her.
I know.
That's wild.
Yeah.
The nanny was pretty great.
It was a time.
It was the time.
But Arkin is startled out of his staring when Hannah approaches him from behind, wearing a crown of seashells, her small face framed by algae-colored ribbons as she declares with a smile that she's a mermaid. Catching his breath, Arkin responds with a polite, "Okay." It's a way to play into it.
Yeah.
And we learn he has a child.
Yes. But when Hannah shares with Mr. Arkin that she's having a tea party, Arkin accepts her kind invitation, the little girl taking him by the hand and through the hall to her bedroom. Arkin glances back into the Chase's bedroom, rounding the corner of the corridor with Hannah as Victoria looks over her shoulder, barely spying Arkin disappearing with her daughter.
This would be alarming.
Yeah.
Until she called him, I don't know, she calls him Mr. Arkin. It feels like he's somebody that's around. Like, that's his first name. You know, like when kids are like, "Oh, Miss Sarah" or whatever.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It felt like he'd been around.
It is familiar.
Yeah, and then he hasn't, though. He's just some guy that is, right?
Yeah, working at the... Well, I mean, the way her dad tells it later,
there is
it's
a
like it's been...
familiarity. I don't
that
know.
is true.
But I don't know. I'm not just letting them disappear down the hallway.
No.
And you're on the clock, dude. Get the...
Yeah.
Fix that door.
That tea party's coming out of here.
Yeah, and $5 for the tea. A mural of an underwater seascape cascades across the walls of Hannah's bedroom, populated with plant life and various aquatic animals. An adorable cat, played by Tommy Kaye,
Oh.
Yeah.
credited as the elusive Tommy Kaye,
Okay.
rests purring on her bed, eyeing a nearby fish tank and definitely dreaming of a snack. But at the center of the room, Arkin sits with Hannah at a small table, sipping imaginary tea from a pink plastic cup. Hannah appreciates Arkin's kindness when he compliments the beverage, but she gives full credit to a stuffed bear that sits next to them, sharing that he made the tea. Arkin corrects himself, addressing the bear. "Well, it's very good, sir." Surveying his surroundings, Arkin tells Hannah that she has a very nice room. But Hannah deflects this, reminding Arkin that this isn't her room. She's a mermaid, and mermaids live in caves, not rooms. Arkin nods in understanding before promptly changing the subject. He sincerely asks Hannah, if she were to really want a present, something really special, what would it be? Hannah leans closer over their teacups, whispering, "A Baskin bear." Arkin wonders where he could find such a thing, and Hannah rolls her eyes in disbelief that Arkin doesn't know. A toy store? I will say I did look up what a Baskin bear is, and I don't think that it's real. All I got was a bear from Build-A-Bear that looks like mint chocolate chip ice cream from Baskin-Robbins.
Oh, okay.
But that is not what we see here.
No.
Or later. Arkin makes note of Hannah's suggestion, but when Hannah lifts her cup for another sip, we see that there's a large yellow spider perched on the side of it. Arkin snaps into action, reaching both hands for Hannah's cup, his instinctive lunge startling a scream out of the little girl. But a voice suddenly sounds from the doorway to Hannah's bedroom. "Excuse me?" And Arkin turns to see Michael, who stands a bit concerned at the sight of this tea party gone awry. When he asks, almost accusatorily, if everything is all right in here, Arkin stammers an answer, explaining that Hannah just invited him to her tea party. He gathers his tools clumsily, meeting Michael at the door and offering his apology. But we watch as the large spider, which was definitely there at the time of filming, disappears beneath the hood of a teddy bear who made a damn fine cup of tea.
I really thought this was going to come into play later.
Yeah.
That Hannah was going to get bitten or something by the spider.
Yeah, I don't know if they just keep bringing it up as that thing that we talked about earlier, but this really does feel like something that it's priming us.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah, well, and it hiding away in the bear.
Yeah.
Like that, it just felt ominous.
I think it was that the spider was like, oh shit, they spotted me. And he did, like you said, he went and hid.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess it's like representative of something
Sneaking.
nefarious, hiding with, whatever.
Okay.
We get it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But looking back at Hannah, Arkin shares with Michael that he actually has a daughter about her age, a little girl called Cindy. Michael's nerves seem to settle a bit upon learning this, and he's even more pleased to hear that Arkin has fixed the door in the other room, just as he asked. With a smile, Hannah thanks Arkin for coming to her tea party, and he leaves the room, descending the staircase to step outside. But as he opens the front door, he observes the security system on the wall, its small chirps alerting anyone nearby to his departure. Arkin stands smoking a cigarette outside of the greenhouse in the backyard, focused intently on snagging a set of security bars that rest against the exterior wall. But just as he reaches his hand to lift them, a trio of wasps land at his wrist on the sleeve of his undershirt. He reaches his trembling hand to them, one landing on his middle finger, which causes him to freeze, and he realizes that he's surrounded by the buzzing bugs. His eyes slowly rise, peering past the electricity meter at his left to discover a massive nest perched upon the roof of the greenhouse. Arkin sucks in a deep breath, exhaling a puff of white smoke that sends the insects scurrying from his arm and into the air.
So, firstly, I thought it was funny. These are the DP's hands in the shot that the wasps are on. But you guys might be really shocked to learn that these aren't real wasps.
What?
They are all digital.
Okay.
They said that they, obviously they worked their way up to a budget of $3 million. So they didn't have a big budget for Viz FX. So David Carlack, who had also done some work on, I believe, Feast 2 and Pulse 3.
All these same...
Yeah. He had, he was 22 years old.
Damn.
And he did the Viz effects. They said that he did over 130 shots of visual effects for this film.
God
Okay.
damn.
Including like wire removal, and he was completely fabricating cars that we see on the street. He would do clouds. There's a storm later. He was responsible for like the lightning and stuff. But he did all these wasps.
Look. I think that they did him a little dirty by having the shot so tight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because the wasps that are around him look great.
Yeah, I totally
Yeah.
agree.
And some of the work that comes later is pretty impressive.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is. And 22 years
Yeah.
old. That's a
Yeah.
fucking baby.
Oh, yeah.
But again, this is, more bugs.
Yeah.
It is a theme that we're sticking with.
We are sticking
as of
with
now.
it. Yeah. But was anybody else thinking about Jack Torrance in the Shining miniseries?
Oh my God. Dude, I am so glad Kubrick cut that. It's like, oh, wasps nest? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, we're not doing that. And Stephen King's like, God damn it!
That son of a bitch.
He needed it, I guess.
But Arkin quickly retrieves the last grate, setting it properly onto a window at the side of the house before retreating to the front lawn. He notices the Master Trap Exterminator van parked near the entrance, calling out to a pair of exterminators who stand just outside of a crawl space by the porch. Telling them about the wasp's nest that he found near the greenhouse, one of the exterminators, his face half hidden by a respirator mask, answers Arkin silently with a thumbs up, assuring him that they'll get to it. Wonder if we'll see that guy again.
Yeah. Probably not. Probably not.
He's going to get to something.
Yeah. So unrelated, there is an episode of CSI where Nick has a stalker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it's like this big mystery of who's done this or whatever, right? And it goes back way earlier. He had an interaction with a man that came to his apartment. I believe he was fixing the cable. And it's an oh shit moment. And you remember in 7 when like that paparazzi was
course.
taking pictures of Detective Mills, and it's an oh shit moment.
Or
And,
Saw, where there's a guy in the floor.
And it's an oh shit moment.
Uh-huh.
I didn't feel that way. And I don't feel that way revisiting it. And that's a bummer because I feel like we could have done more with that.
Yeah.
I think that there is a moment later where they honestly, for some reason, decide to ruin it.
Okay.
Instead of letting the moment breathe as a grand reveal when it does feel like that's what they're going for later.
Yeah.
So it's really strange.
Yeah.
But I will say I do think that it's kind of cool that we spot somebody who will become important later twice before they do become important.
Yeah, that is true.
But Arkin crosses the yard to take a proper smoke break in the passenger's seat of his beaten-down truck. His peace is soon interrupted by Jill, who leans into the open window of the truck's door, asking to bum a drag of his cigarette. Arkin declines, explaining that he isn't going to add to her delinquency, prompting an insistent Jill to ask, "What are you, a narc? Give me a drag." Arkin looks both ways before finally relenting, handing the cigarette to Jill, who takes a quick puff from it. She inquires, "Arkin, right?" And when Arkin confirms this, she wonders what kind of name Arkin is anyway. He retorts that it's a first name, turning the tables on her, asking what kind of a name is Jill. Jill just smiles as she smokes, sharing that it was her grandmother's name, boasting that she was the first female attorney general in the state.
That's pertinent information, it sounds like. Probably not. I would just like to establish how old Jill is.
Same.
Because the smoking, I was like, no, it feels like a kid that can't get cigarettes on her own, bumming a smoke. And him being like, "Oh, I'm not going to add to your delinquency, whatever." I would love a line here, or maybe she has a conversation in just a minute where it's like, "I'm 18. Why does everybody treat me like whatever?" Yeah, I still live at home, but I'm 19. Whatever, because we put Jill in some situations.
Yeah, the actress was 24, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Which doesn't answer any of it.
No. But I think you're right. Like you're saying, thinking about it, maybe even just you're not 21 yet or whatever, because you are almost old enough to buy cigarettes. You know what I mean? But
right. Well,
I've never smoked. I don't know what age.
Before it was 18.
It's 21 now.
And it's 21
but yeah,
now.
here it would be 18.
Okay.
So
well,
it's
even
like,
that though.
You know, yeah. Just buy them yourself or something. I don't know. I just would like to because, you know, maybe Mr. Sheffield just should have been home more. I don't know what's happening here.
But Arkin just offers a smirk and a nod, with Jill providing him with a sudden warning. "You're gonna hear a fight." But she tells him not to freak, assuring him that it's just a show. Arkin suggests that she ought to give him his cigarette back then. He wouldn't want to ruin her performance.
This feels a little flirty to me.
Yeah.
It feels a little inappropriate.
It is very inappropriate, which is like, and why are we, again, we know Arkin or not, because like.
With Hannah?
With Hannah, and then now it's like, why are we having these? Well, don't worry, it's all like, why are we having these side conversations if this is just a dude here working on the? Why aren't you talking to the exterminator like that? Why aren't you talking to the fucking casting director that's fixing your projector? It's just weird.
That has all your home movies for some reason.
Just watching them.
I know that obviously Arkin is our protagonist, but it's just the whole situation with this family, especially the kids, is weird. It's weird.
It is. I think we would need a better, because I guess we get a little bit of it, like we're saying, like there is a kind of familiarity about it. But I feel like even if it was like he's our handyman. Right. Or he's, maintenance for the property.
Whatever we need, he comes and fixes
we
it.
see him once a month, or we see him twice a month. Something to be like, okay, we kind of know him, but not that good.
But what's Dad's name? Michael?
Yeah.
Michael didn't even know he had a kid. So it's like we're not close. No. I don't know. It's weird. But don't flirt with this kid.
Yeah, no,
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's all weird. I don't know how to explain it.
But Jill obliges, handing him back his cigarette and bidding Arkin a goodbye as she sets off, ascending the trellis at the side of the veranda to the plodding piano and low vocals of patient 113's Hydra. They're like, we're getting our shit in.
Yeah.
She climbs to the second floor, sneaking into her window and rushing right for her collaged closet door to snag a change of clothes. She closes the door, but just as she turns around, she comes face to face with Victoria, the music ceasing as her mother offers a sarcastic, "Nice try." Outside, Michael loads the trunk of his car with the family's suitcases, but the argument that Jill promised Arkin echoes from the second floor. Jill shouts that she told her mother that she didn't want to go and she can't make her. All of her friends are staying here and she can't go. But Victoria replies that that isn't an option. She's going. Jill shrieks dramatically, emphatic that she is not going on a family vacation with her.
I'm an adult now. You can't tell me what to do.
Right.
That's all you need.
Mm-hmm.
That's all
One
you need.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Expository, sure, but come on.
Yeah.
Victoria just shakes her head, her eyes rolling with annoyance as she exits her daughter's room. But back out front, Michael approaches Arkin, who's loading up his supplies and slamming his tailgate shut. He hands him an envelope, his payment for the week, and Arkin thanks him. But as the homeowner settles his hands into his front pockets, he adds, "There's a little extra in there." Arkin is taken aback, attempting to hand the envelope back to Michael and explaining that he can't take extra. But Michael won't allow it, insisting that it's for the little one, sympathetic as he knows how tough it can be.
That's really kind.
Yeah.
And yes, you can take it, Arkin. What are you talking about?
Yeah, shut the hell up, dude.
Yeah. I can't possibly.
Especially what we learn later.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Shut the hell up.
But Michael tells Arkin that he's earned it. Arkin is grateful, his eyes tracing the puffed edges of the envelope as Michael offers some sage advice. Listen, spend as much time as you can with them when they're young. He says that something happens around age 13 and it gets kind of rough for a while. And staring up to the second floor, the site of his daughter's most recent clash with authority, he optimistically adds that from what he understands, eventually, they come back around. He makes his exit, telling Arkin that he'll see him in a couple of weeks, and Arkin calls out for Michael to have a safe trip. But all alone now, he inspects the contents of the envelope. Seemingly pleased by what he finds inside, he climbs into his truck and shuts the door. So Michael's a really nice guy.
Yeah.
And I think that there is a very easy way out to make what Arkin does later happen without us putting too much onus on Arkin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they decide not to do that,
Yeah.
which is really interesting to me.
Yeah. And I feel I like Michael again, and then him saying that we have a 12 and a 14-year-old, so it's like, oh, we're right in the middle of that. But it is like, again, if we're gonna relate to any of these characters, maybe we should spend a little more time with the people that we relate to,
Yes.
not the ones we don't,
Mhm.
Yeah.
or make our characters that we have to spend the time with a little more relatable. And I don't know, and something I need a little more. I need a little more with Arkin.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean we're getting into it, and I know we just started, but for right now it's like, oh yeah, Michael's a nice guy. Michael cares about his family. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's kind of what I've gotten so far.
It is very funny what I'm going to tell you in just a few minutes.
Oh God.
Because you're going to be, it's just such, again, producers think they know the best.
Yeah.
And they're often quite wrong.
Okay.
But that night, the camera descends upon the Oasis Lanes bowling alley, Arkin approaching the entrance of the establishment. He peers inside, past the taped-up, spider-webbed crack at the front window, and bathed in the blue neon light, he spies Cindy, his young daughter, played by Haley Puyos, who sits at a chair in the front of the lanes, scribbling with a crayon in her coloring book.
Haley Puyos, She was in Joyride 3 Roadkill in 2014.
There's
There's
three of
three?
those?
I guess, yeah, I don't know.
They're really enjoying that ride.
Yeah. And I'm very impressive. She was in 497 episodes of General Hospital.
Holy
God damn.
shit.
Yes. Yeah.
Is she a doctor on there now?
I guess.
Arkin makes his way over, surprising Cindy when he leans at the edge of her table. She smiles at the sight of him, but Arkin glances around in feigned conspiracy, directing his daughter to keep quiet for just a second, because he has someone who wants to meet her. And I will say, if you were very interested in a film where Arkin tells people to keep quiet, I think this is the film for you. It's like 90% of his dialogue.
Yeah.
But Cindy can't contain her curiosity, and looking downward for a second and back up to his daughter, Arkin adds, "He says you have to close your eyes." Cindy obliges, and with her eyes closed, Arkin reveals a hooded teddy bear, identical to the one who knew his way around a brew in Hannah's bedroom. He sets it down in front of Cindy, giving her permission to open her eyes.
I am grateful that they included a tag, like he
Yes.
just bought this, because
Yeah.
I was like, did he steal that from that little girl? Because she was acting like that was her dream gift, but
She already
that's
has
the
one.
mother that made the tea.
Yeah, that's right.
He's sitting
Yeah.
right
He's
next
like,
to
what
you.
am I, chopped liver? What the fuck? It's like, give me that tea back.
So it was, I didn't think she had one.
And honestly, that would have been fucking wild if he did steal it, because there's that spider in
Yes,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it honestly would have been a bit of karma that comes later. Well, no, because fucking Cindy didn't do anything
No.
to anybody.
No, she sure
Like,
didn't.
your daughter got bit by a spider. That's what you get for stealing.
But yeah, I guess he bought this one.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Was that my spider in there? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know why I did it. Cindy opens her eyes, the purest wonder washing over her when she sees the bear. But just as soon as her joy arrives, does it suddenly dissipate? She asks, "Do I get to keep him?" And Arkin answers, of course she gets to keep him, setting the stuffed animal closer to his daughter. That's some very sad implications.
Yes.
Yeah.
It broke my heart.
Mm-hmm.
But an opaque red glass is set down harshly in front of Arkin, who looks up to discover Lisa, his wife and Cindy's mother, played by Daniela Alonso.
Daniela Alonso. She was in 64 episodes of Dynasty from 2017 to 2022.
Huh.
She was in Darkness Falls from 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was almost
Different,
excited.
Yeah, no.
Not anymore.
She was in Paul Blart Mall Cop 2.
Two.
Yeah, the second one. Yeah. Or Paul Blart 2 Mall Cop. Whatever. However
know.
the fuck.
Whatever, yeah.
He's a mall cop.
It's a sequel.
Yeah. Wrong Turn 2. Yeah, that's another stuff.
Okay.
All right. And The Hills Have Eyes 2.
Oh,
Okay.
That was also sad.
yeah. Well, we'll get to all of
It's a
those, I'm sure.
banner year.
Yeah.
Especially Paul Blart
Yeah.
Two.
too.
I am surprised, as you've described her, that this is his wife,
Yeah.
like current wife.
I agree. I thought very certainly that was not the case.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then everything that I read about this film, all the things
Well,
that
I mean, the way
explained it,
the way the scene ends as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I
I was
thought
like, what?
it felt very contentious. Like he is not allowed to see his daughter. That's why he was like, shh, and he was like sneaking in
Yeah.
and giving her a gift and like keep it down or whatever. I thought that there was like this was contentious, like they've split up and there are, but yeah, I was surprised to find that's not their problem, but they have a whole other set of problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something wild I wanted to share about Daniela Alonso.
Mm-hmm.
They had brought her in because they filmed the principal photography in Shreveport.
Yeah.
So they brought her to Shreveport and they had her on call for all 19 days and then didn't shoot the scene. And so whenever they came back for pickups in Los Angeles, 3 to 6 months later, they call her and they're like, hey, we just secured a location, this bowling alley. Is there any way that you can come and play Lisa for this one scene?
Yeah.
And so she drove herself to Los Angeles, They put her up in the cheapest motel they could find because they were paying for everything.
Yeah.
And she came and filmed her scenes, and they were like, we owe her a fucking kidney or something.
Yeah, they do.
Because that's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on hold that long?
Yeah. And then you don't even... Yeah.
That's crazy.
But without wasting a second, Lisa demands to know, do you have it? Arkin just offers an awkward hello as a response, directing Lisa's attention over to Cindy and her new friend. Lisa just asks Arkin annoyedly, what is that? Cindy's small voice answers solemnly that her daddy got it for her. This sets Lisa off. She seethes. God damn it, Arkin, as she storms off for the kitchen. But Cindy just thanks her father again as she embraces the bear, Arkin giving his daughter a kiss on her forehead and telling her that she's welcome. He then joins Lisa in the back of the house, Lisa clearing out the dish pit so they can have a bit of privacy. Incensed, Lisa reminds Arkin that he was supposed to be here 6 hours ago. Arkin apologizes, explaining that he got a little tied up at work, but a distressed Lisa cuts right to the chase, asking, do you or do you not have the money? Arkin reaches into his back pocket, handing over the envelope that Michael gave him. He reaches his fingers to his face for a nervous scratch as he admits that it isn't as much as he said it would be, but it's something. Which doesn't make a lot of sense because it's more than you were expecting.
Yeah.
He went and bought that baskin bear.
How fucking much was that
Yeah,
basket bear?
I was going to say how expensive
It's
was
that. And I look, okay, this girl, I'm sure, has been through a lot.
Mhm.
Her first reaction being like, do I get to keep this gift?
Yeah.
That tells you everything. And we all go without to make sure our kids have,
Right,
extra.
right.
But I'd be pretty pissed off too if what we are about to find out is happening. That's hanging over my head. You were supposed to be here 6 hours ago and you're sharing quips with some teenager, sharing a cigarette, laughing, going to the mall, buying a Baskin bear, having fucking tea parties with mermaids. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking annoyed, dude. You were 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
Was he sitting there the whole time the bear was
I
made?
know. Yeah.
Just checking his watch.
He's like, do you guys have Roddy the Robot here? It's like, no, I need you here. What are you doing? What do you mean you went to the mall?
I'm also a little confused about, is this her job or does she own this place?
That's the other thing. I'm like, you own a bowling alley?
Because with the way she went in there and she's like, give me the room, leave.
Yeah.
It wasn't a, hey, bro, real quick, can you, let me and, my old man talk real quick or whatever. It's get out
of here.
I need the room.
That wasn't colleague.
Yeah, not at all.
And I think that's something that if we were able to get more of a story and flesh this out more, maybe she borrowed money to get this place up and running, to get repairs that needed to be done. Like, it would lend more, because what the hell are you, why are you out so much money for?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that we can piece it together ourselves, but it's like, I sometimes I like that, but here I don't. Because it's like, the story is so bare bones. Like, give us a little bit more. And I'm sure if she was like, look, you already know I'm up to my neck trying to fix this place, we'd be like, expository.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know. This movie is so short. We could have gotten a little bit more. This is the only time we see this woman ever.
Yeah.
I would have liked even just that. Even if it would have been annoying, it would have been a reason.
Yeah.
Because we get no reason. It's like,
No.
do y'all have a drug problem?
Right.
Is there something, like, are you gambling?
We don't know.
What are you doing? There's no excuse for it other than we need money.
We're out of pens.
Yeah.
How can we be a bowling alley?
I don't understand.
With no pins. And each of them take a tree to make, dude. I learned that on The Simpsons.
Right, that's true. Each one. But Lisa's eyes linger forlornly at the contents of the envelope, disappointed at what she finds there. She wonders what this is, reminding Arkin that he promised he would get it by tonight. Arkin assures her that he will, but he tells her that these jobs don't just happen overnight. Lisa trembles that she has to have it by today. The people she owes want it. Arkin wonders why she just won't let him talk to the people she owes, and Lisa answers simply that they're loan sharks. It's due, and that's all there is to it.
Not loan sharks?
I know. Come on.
What the
I don't
hell
know.
is
So
going
the mob's
on?
here now?
I guess so.
She's about to be in a boating accident.
Yeah. The mob's in control of bowling pins then? What the fuck?
Times are tough, man.
That's crazy.
They're wetting their beak and everything.
And also, what the fuck is Arkin doing with these promises where he's like, I'll have it by tonight. He's like, look, job's done. It's fine. This guy. It's like, you promised me.
Yeah, you should have said something.
I only got to have one tea party today, dude. Like,
Jobs don't grow on trees.
it's tough out here right now.
And another thing, I try my best to steer clear of loan sharks. But Arkin, in the world that we know that he dabbles in, does he really think he would be like, hey guys, so we need another week or whatever? Like, they're loan sharks.
Yeah.
Why won't you just let me talk?
Yeah, I'll settle it.
I'll fix something they need.
Yeah.
Yes. Arkin paces nervously, spying his daughter sitting all alone through the open space of the pass bar. When Lisa declares that she's leaving tonight, Arkin counters, where are you going to go? Your mom? Your sisters? You can't just disappear. They'll chase you.
But I thought you could talk to them.
Yeah.
It's like they're scary as hell.
These guys are ruthless.
He reaches his hands to gently cradle her face, promising that he'll get her the money. And when Lisa fears that it's already too late, Arkin begs her to just give him until midnight. He leans in to settle into a soothing kiss, Lisa agreeing to his request. Midnight.
See, when they kissed at the end, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, we're
Yeah.
still
fine.
together.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was shocked.
I was also confused.
Lisa stashes the envelope into her back pocket, exiting through the curtain and out into the front of the house where she rests her hands on Cindy's shoulders, giving Arkin one last look before guiding her daughter back to her seat. Arkin, understanding the gravity of his assignment, sets off for the front entrance, pushing the door open and disappearing into the dark. So I mentioned just a few minutes ago about producers having very odd ideas.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want this scene or this subplot really here at all.
Really?
And it was going to go straight from Arkin leaving the house to this scene that we're about to have. And it's so ridiculous to me. I heard Josh Stewart, the director and the screenwriter, fought to have this scene here to give Arkin a little bit more character.
Yeah.
And better motivation for what he's about to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, he just looks like a piece of shit.
Yes. Yeah. And there's no rooting for him.
Yeah.
Especially after we saw how nice Michael was.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that it's here, but it's just so wild to me that there is a world where it could not have been.
Yeah, no, we needed at least something to give him a reason to do what he's doing.
With thunder crackling and lightning flashing overhead, we find Arkin inside of a phone booth, a grimy green glow highlighting the desperation etched into his face as a deep voice on the other end answers. Hello? Arkin shares his plan. Look, I found what we're looking for. I'm going in, and I gotta get paid tonight. The voice counters, no way. But Arkin interrupts, I'm coming over right now. He hangs up the phone, setting off for a seedy strip club, the grungy score providing the perfect atmosphere for a few exotic dancers, played by Jamie Suzanne Reiser, Crystal Mayo, Michelle Diane Pate, and Nicole Antoinette Fisher, who are dressed only in the red light cast upon their skin.
I will say there are a lot of issues to be had with this film, but the desire to keep Giallo alive in the early 2000s is something that needs to be pointed out and respected. Because I never knew that The Collector was a Giallo film. Again, if y'all tell us this up front, we'll probably get to it faster.
Yeah.
I'm collecting my things. And I am never coming back. But Arkin makes his way inside from the purple dark, crossing through the crowded room to approach the bar, where he has an inaudible conversation with an uncredited bartender. But before she can properly answer his query, out from the back room steps Roy, played by Robert Wisdom, who flashes a knowing smile to Arkin through the harsh lighting. Roy marches forward toward the back exit, leaving Arkin no choice but to follow.
Robert Wisdom, he is in Hellraiser Bloodline from 96.
Interesting.
He was also in That Thing You Do from 96 as well.
Love it.
He was in Face Off from 97. We all like that, right?
Yeah.
He was also in The Dark Knight Rises.
With Josh Stewart.
Yeah.
I will say I remember him from Burn Notice.
Okay.
Of course.
And I believe he was it Bunny Colvin in The Wire?
Oh, that's why he looks so familiar.
Yes.
Okay. They said that he was cast with 20 hours notice.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and that he learned all his lines in this upcoming scene the day before. And what we get is only about a third of what it was. He had like an 8-page monologue that he was supposed to deliver, but it all got cut out.
Damn.
But he learned it the
wild.
day before with no rehearsal.
Huh.
There are some deleted scenes on the Blu-ray, and I think that one of them might be that monologue.
Okay.
But Roy leads Arkin from the coldly lit back patio through the sickly green alley and into the back of a Lincoln town car parked at its center, the seat seeming to stretch as the score shrieks suspensefully. As the pair take their seats, Roy chuckles, his deep voice matching the man on the payphone as he comments, "You've really grown into your skin there, kiddo." Adding that Arkin has been casing that house for months, and now that he's found the jewel broker's safe, he's going to come in here with demands?
He has?
Yeah.
I guess so. That's pretty disheartening.
Yeah.
You're having tea parties and...
Yeah, and he's been
well-
around for months.
Apparently.
None of this adds up to me.
Arkin answers with certainty that they settle tonight, 50% take. He says that the family is out of town, the stone is inside, and he needs to get paid tonight. But Roy reminds his subordinate that they have a routine. Roy picks the job, Arkin picks the locks, and they pick up the prize together. That's the routine, and they don't change the routine. That's when mistakes happen. Should have listened to Roy.
Yeah.
Roy states simply that he can't do it, but Arkin counters that in that case, he guesses he'll just find somebody else who will. Arkin's attitude rouses Roy's enforcer, played by Joe Conger, who turns his head in the front seat, listening a little more intently to the conversation at hand. As the enforcer flicks open his metal lighter, Roy calmly retorts that he runs a smooth operation out here, and Arkin acknowledges that Roy helped him when he was on the inside. He did. But Arkin says that he never agreed to Roy's terms. Roy corrects him in a shout. "Taking my help means you did, motherfucker." He warns Arkin not to come in here all hopped up on his macho bullshit, wondering if Arkin needs him to start thinking about that woman of his. And that pretty little girl of his, too.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
He asks Arkin to remind him, "Now, what was that request of yours?" Arkin stares a hole through Roy as the locks of the Lincoln suddenly click in place, Roy reaching his hand to seize Arkin by the wrist, forcing his hand above the small flame of the enforcer's lighter. Arkin repeats himself, "We settle tonight, 50% take." He winces as the wisps of hair at the side of his hand are singed to nothing in the fire. And this was the director's hand, and his hair was burned.
Damn!
Oh.
Roy snarks. "Don't like your fingers, do you?" But Arkin summons his courage, reminding Roy that he's the only guy he knows that can get into that safe, and demanding that if he has a better option than him, he needs to roll it out. Roy unhands him reluctantly, and his enforcer recedes back into his seat as Arkin repeats the terms. 50. Roy mulls it over before countering. 40. You take it or leave it. Arkin accepts the offer, supposing that he'll see Roy later tonight then. The door clicks unlocked, Arkin exiting the vehicle and standing silhouetted in the alley as the Lincoln pulls away. And again, without knowing about Arkin's family,
Yeah.
it's like, this dude's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It is funny, but I mean, I guess, what can you do? Hey, you did help me. You're an accomplice. You're going to do what I say.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the other hand, it's like, you can't pick a lock or you can't whatever the fuck you need me to. You know, you can't do it. That's why you have me. Do it then. And it's like, fuck.
I know. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
And I do get the desperation, but again, if you have a routine in place and you know how it goes and this has always worked, stepping out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And stepping out of it right now and I have to get paid today. It's it's bad idea.
But that night, beneath the glowing light of the full moon, we glide over the fog-covered road leading to the Chase's property. A pair of headlights carve their way through the dark, the vehicle drifting off-road to cruise cautiously through the surrounding trees.
Are we in fucking Sin City now? I don't what's happening?
I don't recall it looking like that.
No.
We should probably just cover Sin City and see what the similarities are.
Good idea.
But this was this was not real. It came from the land that the wasps did.
Oh, okay. It honestly it reminded me of Stay Alive a little.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Right? But as the vehicle parks, we return to the ground to discover that it's Arkin's beaten down truck, finding the man sitting in the driver's seat, taking one last nervous drag of his cigarette before covering his face in a dark ski mask and stepping outside.
I know that you have reason to be on the property, to be placed at the property. But when he was smoking the cigarette and just threw it out the window before he's going to fucking rob this place, I was like, maybe don't do that.
What, leaving evidence behind or starting a wildfire?
Yeah, that.
Really, either or both.
With his bag of tools and clad all in black, Arkin makes his way through the billowing fog, traipsing through leafless trees until he finds himself standing in front of the towering structure of the Chase mansion. But a rattling chain captures Arkin's attention, and when he glances over to the source of the sound, he finds a chain wrapping around an anchor nailed into the ground, and before he can react, a German shepherd played by Arrow leaps right for him. Arkin crumbles fearfully to the grass, the large dog snarling at him, barely held back by the chain at his neck. But realizing he's safe, at least for the moment, the dog unable to take a bite out of crime, Arkin gathers his tools and heads for the front door.
So I remember the cat. I didn't remember the Chases having a vicious, vicious chained dog chained in their yard while they're out of town. Did you guys remember that?
I didn't.
Nope.
And it's quite interesting.
Yeah.
It's like, I've been working here for months. I don't remember this fucking dog. The beam of his flashlight is cast through the glass, into the kitchen, and over to the security system on the wall, which appears to be disarmed already.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah. With a small set of rake picks, Arkin sets his sight on the lock at the front doorknob, rocking and rotating with skill and intention until it finally clicks open. He creeps inside, thunder crackling overhead as he stalks slowly through the house and over to the staircase. But Arkin gets his shit rocked when he spots someone similarly dressed right next to him. Frightened, he arcs his flashlight over to find his own reflection in a mirror. He continues up the stairs, stopping for a moment when the second step emits a loud creak under his weight, but he keeps climbing, reaching the landing and eventually the second floor. This step is very important for the rest of the film, though it should not give him pause because he thinks the house is empty.
Yeah.
But just as he sets off for the safe, a small squeal escapes from the hinges of Hannah's bedroom door, prompting Arkin to investigate. He pushes the door open, the beam of his flashlight cast across the stuffed animals that line the walls and caught within the shimmering scales of the fish within the tank. But he finds the room to be empty, and so he returns to the hallway. He enters the Chase's bedroom, passing by a neatly lit closet to enter the bathroom, where he recalls watching Jennifer inject herself with Botox earlier in the day. We do get that flashback, which is funny.
Yeah.
But I realized the point of it was not Victoria, but the mirror.
Yeah.
And I did want to say that closet, I love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of the panels are removed and they have glass instead, and it's red light behind it.
Yeah.
It made me think so much. Do you remember Sarah in the attic in Argento Suspiria, and she's crashing through the thing when she's being pursued?
Yeah.
I think that's gotta
be.
Yeah.
Okay.
But when Arkin reaches the gold-framed mirror that she stood in front of, he slips on a latex glove, lifting it from the wall to reveal the safe behind it, embedded into the wall. He attaches a microphone to the cold steel of the safe, along with a listening device, which flickers a small green sound wave across its screen. He removes his ski mask, settling his flashlight into his mouth as he reaches a focused and gloved hand for the dial. His heartbeat thumping in his ear, Arkin turns it methodically to the right until it settles into the first number of the combination. He slowly twists it in the opposite direction, the internal components rattling as he searches for the correct number to click into place.
Is this thing real?
I was going to say that... I know it's bad to rob, but that thing's pretty cool.
It is bad to rob. And he's gloating about, nobody else can get in that safe. Bitch, give me that. I'll
Honestly,
get it. Because I was like,
Yeah.
I've been playing Fallout for a real long time. I just need a couple hairpins. You know what I mean? So I was really surprised when he took this device out
Yeah.
and watching it. I don't know. I don't think this should be real. And if it is, it shouldn't just be in anybody's hands.
But it does seem like if this device is picking up the sound for me, it's not like I'm taking a fucking what is it?
Stethoscope.
There you go.
Yeah.
And listening to the thing on my own.
No, anyone can do this.
Yeah.
That's different.
Everyone can cook. You know?
Yeah. Roy's like, I don't need you.
Yeah, no.
Give me that radio with the screen on it or whatever. But the sudden sound of movement behind him steals his attention away for a second. And after he's certain that he's still alone, Arkin returns to the dial, his face slick with a sheen of sweat. But before he can reach the next number in the sequence, a key sinks sharply into the lock of the kitchen door downstairs, where it's slowly pushed open, and two black-booted feet enter the house, creeping across the tiles of the kitchen. A low pulsing thump and the twinkling bells of a lullaby accompany this mysterious figure's trek over to the staircase, where the familiar creak of the second step sends a shiver down Arkin's spine. So just to talk about this song for a second, Dunstan and Melton, whenever they made that proof of concept trailer, they used the beginning of a song that they knew that they would probably not be able to get the rights to.
Yeah.
It's Dead Bodies Everywhere by Korn.
Oh.
Yeah, precisely.
I get it.
So as soon as the producers came in, bought the film from Dimension and gave them more money, this was one of the first things that they requested because they're like, this 20 seconds is basically the Collector's theme song.
Okay.
And so it's this introduction to him before we actually meet him to kind of feel that it's about to change now.
Right.
And I think it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Arkin snaps into action, retrieving his safe-cracking kit and rushing to return the room to the condition that he found it in before slinking away to hide in a nearby closet. Just as he slips out of sight, we rise above into a bird's-eye view to find a wall separating Arkin from this unknown figure who freezes in the doorway of the Chase's bedroom before suddenly entering on an assumed mission. Barely waiting half a second, Arkin exits the closet through a second door, entering the hallway and slipping down the stairs as silently as he can. But the mysterious man traces his steps, departing the closet for the staircase just as Arkin reaches the front door. This was a very successful series of shots for me.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like this really tense cat and mouse game.
Yeah. I was wondering, I was like, so are you coming to rob Arkin, who's supposed to rob this house?
Like Roy sent him?
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't even think of that.
I did want to say just credit to this production. This house is like 5 different things put into one thing.
Okay.
So depending on where we're viewing it, the exterior is one house in Shreveport, Louisiana. The interior is another house in Shreveport, Louisiana. This overhead shot that we see going from room to room is a soundstage in Burbank, California. The basement that we'll see later is a soundstage in Santa Clarita, California.
Okay.
And also the basement of a law office in California. So the stitching together of this thing to be one cohesive house is very impressive.
Very impressive.
I will say that. It does, for the most part, feel like we're in a house.
For sure. But Arkin reaches his empty hand for the knob, and when he's unable to turn it, a glimmer of silver right in front of him catches his eye, prompting him to arc his flashlight across the door jamb, where he discovers a row of newly installed deadbolts lining the wooden frame of the door. He inspects them curiously, sticking his pinky finger into the lowest one. Yeah, it's not going to work, Safecracker. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. What the
It's like, maybe if I push it.
He's worthless without those little machines, I'm telling you.
But when he overhears the figure's creaking creep down the staircase, Arkin rushes away from the door. The figure continues his search through the front hall, his obscured face a blur when we spy him through the shelves of the living room. We follow the rotation as he twists the knob on the door leading into the basement, his ominous outline silhouetted by a beaming light behind him as he descends the steps. We also hear an infant crying for some reason. There are no babies in this home. So I don't know if that's just to unsettle us, but I guess it worked.
Yeah.
Maybe they were just listening to Aaliyah.
Like, we're putting every song in here. But seeing that the figure has disappeared, Arkin ponders other options for an exit, only to reconsider when he looks down at his watch, the small hands ticking their way nearer to 11 p.m. as his conversation with Lisa replays in his mind. Just give me until midnight. Midnight. So, something that is very interesting here. The title that was originally meant for this film, The Midnight Man, that was not referring to the villain of the film. The Midnight Man is Arkin.
What?
Because he was robbing people at midnight?
He has to have it done by midnight.
Oh,
I don't get that out of
the
that.
Midnight Man is more like the Moonlight Man, like scary,
like an urban legend.
Yeah.
So that was the reason why they changed it to the Collector, because the Collector is the villain.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't take it that way at all.
Yeah,
No.
I was like, because it feels like, especially even when you see the poster for the film, you're like, yeah, that could be the Midnight Man.
For sure.
Yeah.
And it just sounds ominous.
Yeah, I like it.
If you stay up too late, the Midnight Man's gonna get you. Like, it sounds scary.
That's weird.
Yeah, I thought so too. But readjusting his latex glove, Arkin finds himself once more in the Chase's master bathroom, lifting the mirror to have another go at the safe within the wall. But the camera pulls back into the Chase's bedroom, rising to hover just outside of a vent above the closet, where a man's miserable cries for help leak through the metal. Arkin steps away from the safe, replacing the mirror in a rush as the screams grow louder and closer. He snags his toolkit and hurries to hide inside the Suspiria closet, just as the injured man clatters clumsily through the bedroom door to fall upon the hardwood floor. He rolls over, scarred and bloody, gasping desperately for a respite from his pain, and we see that it's Michael. The score pounds dramatically as he opens his eyes to find Arkin hiding in the closet with the door still open.
Yeah.
Michael hisses, "You! Why are you doing this?" Arkin just silently shakes his head. He's like, I didn't do fucking shit.
No, just here to rob you, dude.
This is when Arkin has the nerve to shush Michael, which I thought was hilarious.
He doesn't want to get caught.
No.
Yeah,
He's like, you're already beat the fuck up, dude. I'm
that
fine.
to you, yeah.
But Michael's rage only intensifies as he climbs to his feet, crying, "You son of a bitch!" He reaches for a club from his golf bag at the corner of the room, but as soon as he lifts it from its place inside, we follow a white wire from the bottom of the bag, leading out into the hallway, wrapping around the floorboards, up a distant door frame, across the ceiling, and into a box that hangs on the wall. Inside, a pair of gears whir wildly, mechanisms snapping into place, which somehow send a signal to cinch around the pant leg of poor Michael, who is dragged kicking and screaming into the hall.
That series of shots following it was very Saw.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it is funny to me that the collector's like, oh no, he's going for those golf clubs.
Yeah.
I know it. You know it.
He truly thought of everything.
And honestly, the more I think about it, I don't know when this was done ever.
I know.
When the hell did you have time to add 4 deadbolts to the door?
No, he's a busy bee because we see
Yeah.
It's another insect.
Yeah.
The theme is continuing.
Mm-hmm.
We see this house get more and more like comically.
Yes.
Yes.
Like it's like
Yes.
how it's just very funny to me.
But Michael fights like hell, carving his fingers bloody into the floor, his fingernails ripped from their beds as he's lifted above the staircase, hanging upside down for just a moment, until the wire is suddenly slacked, sending Michael sailing for the first floor, cracking his ribs on the railing of the staircase before finding a harsh landing in the entryway. The mysterious figure reappears in a flash of lightning to drag Michael's body away. And with the pair preoccupied downstairs, Arkin steps out from his hiding place to search for a way out in the Chase's bedroom, only to find each of the windows boarded up. The collector also did that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like the blinds are down and these are behind.
Uh-huh.
The windows are open and you can fully see these boards from outside if you would have just looked up.
And that's the other, you're absolutely right. Like, he is ignoring so many signs that this is fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Aside from the moral part of
No, yeah.
it. But literally, that weird dog outside
Yeah.
who snarled at me
Yeah.
that I've never seen before. These boarded up windows, very clearly, like you're saying.
Yeah.
He's the Midnight Man, dude. He's got Doomcast on him. There's a fucking clock ticking above his head.
But on a nearby dresser, Arkin finds a telephone, reaching right for the handset and bringing it up to his ear. And in his haste, he doesn't notice the needle sticking out of the receiver, jamming it sharply into his ear canal.
Oh my God. He does take this really well.
He does.
I know.
Because we really move on.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, it's not for me. Wrong number.
Chase residents.
He recoils in pain, blood dripping from the dangling telephone, and after glancing fearfully over his shoulder, he stretches a desperate hand through the boards covering the windows, only to find razor blades lining the width of the wood, which slice a vice around his flesh, cutting deeper and deeper into his captured limb. I have to be honest, going straight from the needle telephone to him punching through these razor blades, it made me think of the waiter and Freddie Quimby on The Simpsons. Just like one thing after another. It's going to be fucking mousetraps, and then
Well, I'm like, okay, we don't know what the hell's going on here, but you did just watch Michael pick up a golf club and all of this like fucking Final Destination domino effect shit
Yeah.
happens and then he gets snatched away. Then you pick up a phone, you get stabbed in the ear for your trouble. Maybe we don't blindly thrust our hands into anything.
Yeah.
Like I know that we were just here a few hours ago, you know, conceivably.
Yeah.
But clearly this dude's been laying some traps.
This is what made me think immediately. I was like, oh, this is a Saw movie. Because again, we did, like you said, we seen the trap. The needle on the phone, I wasn't expecting that, so I was like, that's funny, but that does look painful.
That's funny.
But when he puts his hands in there and gets it stuck,
oh my God,
it made me think of the lady when she puts her hands through the trap and the razors are around her hands, she can't pull them out.
For sure.
So I was like, this is just Saw now. But like you said, it is.
And again, when we're talking about this dude predicting everything, it's just so like dickish to be like, and then they'll call for help.
Yeah.
I'll stab the shit out of their ear. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude.
It's kind of like lowbrow.
Yeah. I thought Jigsaw was petty.
Yeah, no.
But Arkin's own pooling blood lubricating his escape, he's finally able to wrench his hand free, clutching it close as he attempts to stifle his own cries. He tears free a length of fabric to wrap around his wounded hand, exiting the bedroom in search of another way out. Arkin slinks through the shadows, narrowly avoiding a tripwire rigged to a board of nails in the hall, and crouching beneath it to skulk his way over to a door. He lingers there for a moment, the sound of chimes pervading the area, which gives him pause. But he collects himself, returning into the hall to peer down the stairs, the long shadow of the mysterious man stretching up the steps and through the balusters, which prompt Arkin to dip into a nearby bedroom. And creeping his way into the Chase's bedroom once again, clad as a black shadow, his face hidden behind a dark burlap balaclava with uneven eye holes and tied tightly at the back of his head, we meet the Collector, played by Juan Fernandez.
Juan Fernandez. He was in A Man Apart in 2003. He has an uncredited role in Arachnophobia from 1990. He was also in Crocodile Dundee 2 in 1988.
All these sequels.
All right, yeah.
One thing I will say, they had a big debate about whether or not the Collector would speak, and they decided against it to lend a little more mystery to his character. There was a very cool quote that the director said. He said, "The less I know about the killer and the more of the shadows the killer is, then he could be in any pocket of darkness," which is a pretty cool quote.
Yeah.
It's a good quote.
Yeah.
I feel like the way that this dude is and the way that he operates, you almost want to hear from him.
Yeah.
Because there's so much like human shit that he does that's really creepy, and you're like, if he was saying stuff or he had some lines that we could take away from it, it honestly might work a little better for me, this character of the Collector.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it's because they truly give us nothing.
No.
Like, we have no idea of motivation. We have no, like, there is nothing. Like, maybe a little bit of personality would have helped it feel a little less like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that works better for like a Darkness Falls. Like the
Right.
Tooth Fairy,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like that works better for that.
Supernatural.
But, right. This, yeah, I would almost want to hear a bitch or something. You know what I mean?
I knew where your mind
Yes,
was.
you
Yeah.
For how fucking petty and funny some of this stuff is,
Yes.
give him some lines.
Yeah.
Give him some insect puns.
Something. There you
Yeah.
go.
You know? But as the Collector investigates the space further, Arkin makes his exit downstairs, discovering a descended chandelier resting on the floor at the bottom of the steps, its ornate edges now outfitted with kitchen knives.
Really, man?
He's still putting it together.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Arkin attempts to snag one for self-defense, but he's unable to free one from the zip tie holding it in place. He looks around for another option, blood dripping from his injured ear as we circle around him, traveling up the stairs and back down through the balusters, witchy whispers riding a wicked wind as we return to Arkin in the dining room, trying to open the dining room window that we watched him install earlier. These whispers are an homage to Suspiria,
okay.
which is cool. I don't know that it... I appreciate it, of course, but at the same time, it's like, does it work
Why?
here?
Yeah.
If we're not leaning in that direction?
It's that.
The camera traces the height of the shelving behind Arkin, the thief peering down at a low shelf where he finds a pair of scissors, but he decides to leave them be when he sees that they're attached to yet another worrisome wire. Arkin then inches his way into the den, suspicious of his surroundings, but preoccupied by his paranoia, he fails to see a web of razor wire illuminated in a flash of lightning, undoubtedly woven as a trap by the Collector. He walks right into the room, but stops suddenly when a sharp strand slices a red wound into his pale cheek. He doubles back, taking a detour to a room at his left, where he discovers the entire floor to be lined with metal bear traps, their clawed teeth yawned open and armed.
I'm going to be honest. I paused the movie right here and was like laughing loud. To me, it's just very funny because these bear traps, when you say large, like I think seeing them is a little different than just saying large.
Right.
Yeah.
These things look like they're made for rhinos maybe or like, well, bears, I mean, I know bears are massive, but these things are big.
They're huge.
They're big. It is very funny to think that this dude or the collector or whatever he is setting these up at this like record speed quietly. Where do you have all of these from? I haven't heard the door open one time.
No.
Did you bring all these in earlier? Were they there already?
That's a great question. And also it made me laugh because it feels like he's just running out of ideas. He's like, well, we'll just put a bunch of bear traps there. It's just a room full of bear traps.
Some are definitely more clever than others.
And again, this web of razor wire back to bugs.
Yeah.
So you're seeing this connective tissue.
Right.
But Arkin creeps carefully through the gaps in the traps, reaching the kitchen, where he lifts his boots over another tripwire, which is rigged to a sharp machete that hangs precariously overhead. Something that I noticed because it was very cool to me, but when Arkin steps out of his truck, he is wearing a really cool pair of blackout Converse. Suddenly he's wearing boots.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. Maybe he stole them upstairs too. I don't know.
He's like, dude, these aren't going to cut it.
But Arkin arrives at the dead-bolted door once more, and figuring it to be a dead end, he retreats for a nearby staircase. But the score rises suspensefully as Arkin stops short when he sees a series of nails jutting jaggedly through each of the steps. Seeing no other option, especially when he hears the collector coming down the main staircase, Arkin heads for the basement door, opening it and descending into the darkness that waits for him inside. The small beam of his flashlight lights a small path down the steps, illuminating random and strange items he finds on the shelves at the bottom of the cellar. He freezes when dust rains down on him through the ceiling from the collector's heavy footfalls, but he's promptly defrosted when a hand reaches hotly for his shoulder, parting a pair of plastic curtains to seize him. Arkin recoils in shock, instinctively finding a light switch, oversaturating the space in a nauseating yellow hue. So they're really pushing the color.
Yeah.
And I don't like it.
Well, I can't remember what movie we were talking about where it's like, oh my God, this is so blue. This is so green. They really lean into that with this. And I feel like there was a certain time period where that was just what a lot of movies were doing.
Yeah.
I think that is one of the things, if that's something that you really like, is like aggressively 2000s movies.
Yes.
I think that this has a lot of that DNA.
For sure.
And this is one of those things.
Yeah.
But beneath this disgusting beam of light, Michael sits, beaten, bloody, and chained to a metal chair, shrieking madly until Arkin finally gets him to calm down with a harsh whisper. Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to fucking help you!
Well,
now he's crying?
Talk to me nicer, please.
Jesus.
Was anybody else surprised to see him?
Well, I mean, I wondered where the collector took him.
Yeah.
Because he dragged him away and it's like, well, he's dead. But I guess not.
That's what I thought. I thought he was dead.
Michael trembles in his seat, Arkin angling the flashlight downward, past Michael's shackled legs, and over the bones bursting through the tops of his busted feet. Michael cries out, begging to know why. But Arkin assures him that he has nothing to do with this. He's like, I'm doing something else.
Yeah. Unrelated. Still fucked up, but unrelated.
Yeah. Not this
fucked up.
I thought you guys were gone.
Yeah, what the hell? What happened to that?
Yeah.
Really, you're the one on trial here.
Arkin then remembers the tools that were left down in the cellar, asking Michael if he knows where they are. But Michael weeps that he doesn't. He must have taken them. But spying Arkin through the eye that isn't swollen shut, Michael pleads, "My wife. Please help my wife." Arkin shushes him again, but he asks where Victoria is. Michael directs him to a closed door behind him on the other side of the cellar, but Arkin then asks where Jill and Hannah are. Michael explains that Jill left before they got here, but he crumbles into sobs, blood pouring from his quivering lips when he realizes that he doesn't know where Hannah is. Arkin calms him, promising that he'll find her, and Michael gasps sharply, catching his breath as he offers a plan. His gun. It's the only way. Arkin has to go get his handgun. It's in the safe in the bedroom, behind the mirror, and the bullets are in the bottom dresser. I do want to say the desperation and the, by the mirror, it made me think again of Suspiria.
Yeah.
The blue iris, that whole thing.
Yeah.
But Arkin attempts to keep his cool as he inquires, what's the combination? Michael reveals it in a pained whisper. 15-24-7. Arkin repeats it, directing Michael to stay quiet, but promising that he'll get him out of here as he slinks over to the door on the other side of the room, creaking it open to find Victoria there.
I would just be like 15-24-7, 15.
Yeah.
Nobody else say anything to me right now.
I think I said it to myself a couple times.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. But Victoria rests seemingly unconscious, handcuffed inside of a porcelain tub with a blood-streaked gag in her mouth and a strip of duct tape covering her eyes. Arkin leans down to the edge of the tub, Victoria jolting awake at his presence, but he offers her a soothing whisper that he's here to help her. She whimpers as Arkin removes her gag, gasping her first full breath in quite some time. But when she pleads with Arkin to tear the tape from her eyes, Arkin brushes her hair back with his fingers, revealing the edges of the tape to be stapled into her temples.
Really, dude?
Yeah.
Tape's already sticky.
Yeah,
I know.
God damn.
stapled.
Arkin tells her reluctantly that he can't take it off, which is obviously troubling for Victoria. But the mother shifts her concern from herself to her daughter, asking about Hannah and trembling, "Where's my baby?" Arkin shares that he hasn't seen her and isn't even sure that she's in the house, but Victoria is certain that she must be hiding somewhere. She insists that he hasn't gotten her yet and that Arkin has to find her. Arkin promises that he will, but in order to do so, he asks Victoria to do something for him. He's gonna need her to scream. Victoria dissolves into tears, initially hesitant, but Arkin explains that he just needs a distraction so that he can get up there, and if he gets up there, he can find Hannah. But Victoria shivers. He'll hurt me. Arkin persists. He'll come down, but when he gets down here, stop screaming so that he doesn't hurt you, all right? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think that's the way it works.
I don't think so either. He's like a fucking monster that goes by sound, I guess. It doesn't make any sense. Was that a T-Rex? What was that?
Yeah, right. If you don't move,
Yeah.
Yes.
they can't see.
In measured tones, Arkin is able to convince Victoria, but he asks her to give him just a second before she starts screaming, promising that he'll be back.
It's funny because when he's telling her, it's in one of the shots, his head is down, like it's behind his arm, and you hear him say, "I'll go get Hannah," and then he picks his head up and starts talking. Right? I was like, "That's not the same." I was like, they had to add that. Why though? We know you're already saying, "I got to go find Hannah."
Several times.
Yeah, we don't need it again.
They're like, dude, the audience is probably confused.
Victoria agrees to Arkin's idea, and a woman of her word, moments after Arkin slips away back into the cellar, Victoria screams at the top of her lungs, the shrill sound carried upstairs to the collector, who wrenches the basement door open. The score pounding tensely, he marches down the steps, rounding the corner, his eyes shimmering in the pissy light through the holes in his menacing mask.
So I just have a couple of things here. They likened the collector's movements to that of a praying mantis. I'm more afraid of praying mantises than I am of the collector.
Yeah.
Would agree with you.
They're terrifying. But this light in his eyes I was wondering if there was some kind of injury or if he was hiding something underneath that mask or if it is supposed to be something supernatural. But they said, the director said that it was trying to mimic the flicker in the eye of a Rottweiler just before it sinks its teeth into a child's flesh.
I thought you were the Hell Satans.
I thought you were the Hell Satans. Yeah.
Insects, not dogs.
Yeah, what?
It's supposed to be like that, like we talked about in Sinners, like that reflective thing. That's what it was supposed to be.
Why don't you say, like, what is it? Like, is it iridescence of, like, the wing of a beetle or something?
Totally could be.
I feel like that would work a lot better if that's your whole motif.
No, it's a mean dog.
Who's biting a kid.
Who's biting a child.
That's very different than the bugs we're getting. I don't.
That bugs me.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
No, why can't it just be, that's a weird thing to say. Why can't it just be attacking? Why is it before it attacks a child?
And
I mean, the symbolism of something innocent.
Okay, yeah.
It's visually interesting, but again, it feels like we're doing too much because I don't understand how it fits here.
Yeah.
I just want to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Why is that happening?
But that's the only reason. It serves no other purpose than to look like this menacing.
Yeah, he called them emotionless portals.
Okay.
And then likened it to, like a vicious dog or like, yeah.
Vicious,
that's all I got.
Right?
That's all I got.
You think more like the deadlights of Pennywise or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which again leads you down a supernatural.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. I don't get it.
Huh.
And maybe it is just their attempt to give him something because he really is just a dude. Like there's nothing about him that's special or interesting.
Yeah.
He moves like a praying mantis.
So you claim.
Yeah.
But as the collector crosses past Michael and over to the bathtub that holds Victoria, Arkin takes his opportunity to creep up the stairs, climbing to the second floor, but only after noticing that the knife-laden chandelier now hangs high on the ceiling of the first floor.
All right.
Chekhov's chandelier.
Back.
Chekhov's chandelier is literally in my notes later.
Yes. Down in the cellar, the collector caresses Victoria's shivering face with his black-gloved hand before wrapping it around her throat in a tight squeeze. Arkin, however, has made it to Hannah's room, searching high and low for the little girl, but outside of finding her seashell crown discarded on the ground, Arkin comes up empty, exiting the room for the Chase's bedroom down the hall. But downstairs, the collector teases Victoria with unspeakable torture, cinching her tongue in the tight grip of a wrench as the hinged blade of a garden pruner in his other hand inches closer and closer, daring to snip the slippery appendage right out of her mouth. Victoria shrieks, defenseless and muffled by the metal, until the collector backs off, releasing her tongue from his vice and replacing the gag between her whimpering lips.
So the screaming was a bad idea.
Yeah.
This did make me like, was a little bit. But they said that they swapped out the actor for one of the effects people to have this clipped around her tongue because they thought that he would be more suited to do something like this.
Okay.
I don't know how working in effects makes you safer to almost cut someone's tongue off. But here we are.
They're like, I don't like the look in the actor's eyes. Bringing the other guy in. But the collector then turns his attention to Michael. Upstairs in the bedroom, Arkin searches the closet for his toolkit, puzzled to find that it's disappeared from where he left it. But time being of the essence, he doesn't waste any time on this, crossing back over to the safe behind the mirror and dialing in the combination that he learned from Michael. But Michael's screams suddenly sound through the vent, echoing around Arkin, and we soon see why. The Collector stands in front of him, toying with him as he glides the sharp edge of a blade between the buttons of his shirt, before suddenly swooping upon him, getting all Reservoir Dogs, as the blade slices sharply against Michael's ear.
Now, why am I in it? I wasn't screaming.
He's like, it was her!
Yeah.
I was like, no, listening.
Wow.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But Arkin has finally unlocked the safe, opening its heavy door to retrieve the revolver that he finds inside. But something else catches his eye. A small cloth bag folded over right next to the gun. He reaches for it, unrolling it, and dumping the contents inside out into his palm. A large, blood-red ruby, its soft luster catching the low light of the bathroom in a slight shimmer. It's literally an uncut gem.
It is
Yeah.
an uncut gem, yes.
In a hilarious series of shots, we see Michael shivering frightfully before the Collector's blade, before returning right to Arkin, who is clumsily stuffing the ruby into his pocket. That cracked me up.
You're down there getting fucked up. I'm stealing from you.
It's like, hell yeah, dude. It's like, it barely fits. I got it, though. And, by the way, he's carrying this ruby in his pocket for the rest of the film.
Yeah, he is.
This fucking jagged-ass ruby. But with the burglary sorted, Arkin makes his way over to the dresser, searching every drawer, and finally finding the box of ammunition in the bottom one, where Michael said it would be. But Michael curses in frustration when he finds the box empty.
You don't know that you put an empty box of bullets back in your drawer?
The only other thing that would make sense is if the Collector took the bullets.
Yeah, and left the empty
Yeah.
box.
And then neatly folded up the clothes and put it back underneath?
Well,
He is thorough.
well, we don't know
God.
the story with the Gimp dude, yeah?
We know nothing.
Yeah, we don't know what he's, he could be a trickster like that.
Hey, we got Reservoir Dogs. Maybe we will get Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
A trickster.
But Arkin snags the empty 6-shooter, peering out of the window in the hopes of finding another way out. But a sudden thud and a low whimper emanate from the Suspiria closet, and Arkin, assuming it to be Hannah, heads over to investigate with his flashlight.
Investigate. He was focused on the knobs. There's the glass is there.
Right.
He never looked through it. And I was like, look through it. Like, I was actively yelling at the TV. I was like, why are you not looking through the windows? The glass. I was like, it's glass. Look through them.
It's a very rare opportunity with a closet.
Yeah.
It's usually all or nothing.
Yeah.
Save yourself.
Well, I get it. Like you're saying, they're usually our closets, they're covered.
Yes.
The windows being there, the glass being there, it's like, dude, just look. You don't even have to open.
Especially when everything is rigged.
Yes.
Everything is rigged. But he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, let's rip these fucking doors open.
But as the doors open, Arkin discovers the peculiar red trunk that we first witnessed at the beginning of the film. The score sizzles suspensefully as Arkin unlatches the locks at the side of the trunk, slowly creaking the lid open. But before he can take a peek inside, Larry tumbles out of it and onto the floor, battered and bloody, causing Arkin to stumble backwards.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is all the way up until right now. I thought that all came later. So it's like, oh, this dude just does this.
Yeah.
But their house wasn't all fucking Home Alone like that.
No, it wasn't. Well, it was only 2 people. He's like, this is easy.
Yeah, that is true. But it was nice to see that this is what happened to Larry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Stranger in the Alps or whatever. They
Yeah.
censored it. Larry groans. Get out. Get out now. But Arkin just demands to know who he is. The bloodied man answers, Larry. Larry Wharton. It's like first and last.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
What is going on?
I don't know.
Nobody's saying the right thing ever.
No. And we do get a flashback as if we didn't remember this dude.
We remember.
Yes.
To Larry being snatched at the beginning of the film. But Arkin wonders if Larry knows the chases. He doesn't. Arkin stutters. What does this guy want? What does he want? And Larry answers him in a shuddering breath. He collects people. Arkin is like, he kills people? He's killing people? And Larry clarifies, no. It's like, how did you get that? He said it so clear.
Yeah.
And you just saw me come out of the truck.
Who's he killing? Larry continues. He only kills people that he doesn't want. The rest he takes. Arkin doesn't understand, asking in a wimpy whisper, then why are you here?
Oh my God.
Larry
He wanted me more.
Yeah. Yes.
Jasper didn't want to come by himself. Larry admits, I'm the bait. And as Michael's screams once again echo from the cellar, Larry adds, and if you're not chosen, you'll never leave this house alive.
I would love to know what he means by being the bait.
He is not the bait,
No.
Yeah.
so I don't get it
But
either.
like, did they use, or did the collector use him to get Michael? Or like, what do you mean by the bait?
I guess, I don't know, because it's completely different what happened to Larry and his wife.
Yeah.
They found the trunk, and the trunk was the only thing.
Yeah.
And so when they opened it up, I assume there was somebody that had been collected in there, and that's what startled Larry. But that guy would have been the bait for Larry. This dude's just an inconvenience. He's just annoying.
He's the bait thing beauty.
Covered that up pretty well. But Larry has one more thing to say. After Arkin shushes him, of course, and folds him back into the trunk, Larry cries, he always takes one. Did he tell you this?
I know.
Like, you seem to know a lot of protocol.
I guess they're talking. If he's in the trunk and then collector's just with
nothing
them, I
else
don't
to
know.
do.
Yeah.
I just and him folding Jack back up in the box was
I
very
was dying.
It's like,
That's
really?
Like, you put him back. Like
Asshole.
that's so funny.
Larry attempts to continue, but he's already back inside of the trunk. Arkin forcing it closed and shutting the closet doors as well for good measure. He's not getting out.
what an asshole. He kicks the trunk.
Yeah. Arkin exits the room, lightning flashing all around him through the boards on the windows in the hallway. But when he enters Jill's bedroom, he surprisingly finds her window to be wide open. He takes an impatient step forward, only for his boot to sink straight into a vicious and sizzling yellow sludge that covers her entire floor. It has to stink. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
There's no way that he didn't.
It's alive.
It's the blob here. And you're just like, oh, an opened window.
Yeah.
The only one he didn't do.
It's
my lucky night.
After everything you've seen in this house, why is there no caution
I know.
for
I know.
anything? What is this shit?
That too,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But stuck within it, Arkin's hand reaches desperately for a surface to steady himself, clattering the books from Jill's desk onto the floor, the sound of which captures the collector's attention in the cellar. But worst of all, the chase's adorable black cat is also caught in the acidic sludge, bellowing pained meows.
You set that cat free, right? Meow.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about Arkin anymore.
Yeah,
No.
no.
Well, I'd never.
No. Anymore.
Never that much.
When did it start? But though Michael is able to slip out of his shoes, which are once again Converse,
Yeah. Yes.
and use the toppled books as a walkway to leap onto Jill's waterbed, the poor cat isn't so lucky. mewling madly for Arkin's help.
I'm going to give the filmmakers the benefit of the doubt and say that they're trying to really underline the power of the written word, because while it was eating his shoes and eating this cat, the books are they're fine. They're
Somehow.
stepping stones. So, everybody should be reading more is what I took away from The Collector.
That's the whole message.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, someone's getting something out of it. Arkin shushes the cat furiously.
I know.
Come on, dude.
Man. What was that?
I don't know. But he reaches first for his shoes, tearing the canvas right off of the rubber soles still stuck in the sludge. Arkin curses the cat. I think he's like, "You stupid fucking cat," or something like that, which is unbelievable.
What did he? He didn't do anything.
But the cat continues meowing, and he finally reaches over to him, ripping him up from the sticky solution and tossing him onto a distant windowsill. But the second that the wounded cat presses forward, he sets off a tripwire within the opened window, causing a sharp blade to descend like a guillotine, bisecting the poor cat and sending its blood spraying across Arkin's face.
What the fuck are we doing?
I don't know.
It's at this point, because that was cheap. You know what I mean?
Yes,
It's at this point that I'm like, oh, is this supposed to be funny?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because what are we doing?
This whole thing for me was really funny. Him I don't yeah, no. The shoes getting stuck to the floor, him ripping them, and the whole the fabric rips, and he's just like fucked. The cat being in the goop too stuck, crying out, and then him ripping the cat out and then immediately throwing it, then it getting cut. I was like, dude, this, you can't be serious. Mm-hmm. This has to be funny. Like, this has to be nonsense.
There's no way that you mean this seriously.
Yeah.
And that's another nod to Seven, because there's Goop. Gwyneth Paltrow.
There's Goop.
And I did, honestly, I think we all hoped that if anybody was going to make it out of here, it would be the cat.
Yeah.
So this is extra heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
But it does not endear me at all to Arkin.
Yeah, no.
So
that was his fault.
Completely.
Yeah.
Just keep the cat with you.
Why not?
Yeah.
But the Collector makes his way up the stairs, his heavy boot creaking the second step, which alerts Arkin. The Collector then hustles up to the second floor, his blade in hand, as Arkin rushes to cover the soles of his shoes with one of Jill's magazines before hiding himself beneath the decorative pillows on her bed. It's really funny because after the creak, the Collector takes off because he's like, "Oh shit, he heard me."
Yes, yeah.
I need to get him before he... It's really funny looking.
Him hiding was really funny.
It is.
Yeah.
And then being like, "Oh shit, I gotta hide my
It's like, you can't know I was here.
This is what I'm talking about. This all being funny.
Yes.
It's too much.
It has to be I would hope it's intentional, but I don't think it is.
That's why it's very confusing, because this is, for me, this really was the tipping point of like, what are we doing? What is this for real? Like, what was the intent here?
Yeah.
Because it all starts so seriously.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And then once we get here, it's like, come on. But when the Collector enters the room, his shimmering eyes inspect the area, but he finds nothing to be amiss except for the remains of the family's cat resting beneath the tripped trap. We pan from the Collector over to the shivering but silent Arkin, encased within Jill's pillows. Then we go back to the Collector at the door, who is now smelling the blade of his knife or doing a bump or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
They had said that this was an interesting choice that the actor made.
Really?
Was to sniff the knife. Because you pan over and he's doing it and then he takes off. And they were like, well, it's good that he was really able to like get into the character or whatever. And I was like, no, dude, it was weird.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah. Dude, praying mantises smell knives all the time.
All the time, dude.
That's how we know. But Larry's pained moans emanate from the Chase's bedroom, drawing the Collector down the hall. And upon opening the closet door, he offers the trunk a stern kick to silence the man inside. Arkin sees this as his window to escape, leaping from beneath the pillows and tracing the path of fallen books with his socked feet safely over the sludge. The floor is literally hot lava.
Yeah.
But he snags a paperclip from Jill's desk on his way out of the room and heads back downstairs for the cellar. Once he arrives, the sight that waits for him there causes Arkin to reach a hand over his grimacing mouth. Past the plastic curtain, which is now decorated with a rain of blood, Arkin finds Michael suspended upside down, his guts spilling from a cavity carved at his center, and his whole body wrapped in frail bandages. Spiders, anyone?
Yeah. I guess we took too long.
I guess so.
We didn't come back to check on this quest.
Well, he heard him screaming, and he's just like,
Yeah.
let me get the gun first. Oh, no gun? All right, I'll do my own thing. But Arkin returns to Victoria in her bathtub, whispering to her that it's him, before removing the gag from her mouth and tearing the stapled tape from her eyes. Now, this is really fucked up because he left it there because he's like already planning ahead and the collector's going to need to see it there. But now he's like just tears it off.
Yeah. And for me, what just insane, but for what is about to happen, just leave it on.
Yeah.
Leave it on.
It really doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's like, if only there was something you could close your eyes with. Oh, well, look at my back or whatever he says. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
What kind of rule?
He does say that.
It's so weird. As he slips the small point of the paperclip into the lock of her handcuffs, Arkin shares that he couldn't find Hannah, and he doesn't think that she's still in the house. But Victoria remains certain that Hannah has to be here.
He's like, there is a man in a trunk, though.
Yeah, can we talk about that?
No shit.
It's in your bedroom.
Yeah.
Do you know Larry?
Yeah. Larry Wharton.
Even here, we could just have her, like you're saying, have him ask, hey, there's a trunk in your thing. There was a man in there when we checked it, and that was the last thing we remember.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's what happened at the beginning.
And you're like, he was bait.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
But no, it's not brought up at all.
No.
But when Victoria asks where Michael is, Arkin lies that he's fine, promising that after he gets her out of here, he's going to go get Michael next. Victoria begins to break, impatient and panicking as Arkin wrestles with the cuffs at her wrist. He tries to calm her down, and she only catches her breath when Arkin is finally able to unlock them. Victoria confesses that she had prepared herself for the horrors of what could come tonight, but she never dared to imagine this would be the fate that befell her family.
He's like, this really is the worst thing that could have happened. Like, way worse than, like, robbery, right? Like, if somebody was stealing from you, you would forgive them. Because this is way worse, right?
He's like, he took your fucking ruby, too.
That bastard!
Yeah, I saw him do it.
We found the safe. He found it.
Yeah,
it was
he
already
found
open.
the Don't look at my overstuffed pocket.
No, not at all. He was talking about, like, a fence or something that he knows.
He said he needs the money by midnight.
Yeah, it was something
he's
crazy.
the midnight man. Or
Yeah.
I don't know. He was talking crazy.
He wasted money on a bear. His wife's real pissed off. Victoria cries that she doesn't want to die, and Arkin assures her that she won't. He asks her to hold still, lifting her up and soothing her with promises that he definitely can't deliver. But he tells her that when he gets her out of here, he's gonna find a place for her to hide, but she can't say a word. Victoria nods. Arkin adds, and when we get out of here, you keep your eyes on my back. Victoria nods again.
He said, hold up, let me staple this back on real quick.
Yeah. Honestly, he's like,
That
oh,
was too
shit.
hasty.
He guides her out of the tub, acting as her shield as he leads her out of the room for the cellar stairs. Arkin seems to be doing a good job, but when they creep a little too close to Michael's body, Victoria's bare foot marches right through his pooling blood, causing her to gasp sharply and turn to face the macabre tableau callously crafted by the collector. She shrieks as her eyes absorb every disgusting detail, Arkin attempting to hold her back from the horror before her. But Victoria breaks away from Arkin, pushing past him to race up the stairs for the first floor. Arkin makes no real effort to stop her. And once she reaches the top of the steps, she pushes the door open, a blinding light illuminating her as she comes face to face with the Collector. Arkin watches from below as he sinks his blade into her stomach, again and again, Victoria's eyes widening with every brutal blow. But Arkin just cowers behind a wall, exhaling a disappointed sigh as the Collector concludes his attack, pushing Victoria to tumble down the stairs and back to the floor of the cellar. He literally goes,
God damn it.
Damn it.
I told you to be quiet. So this sucks.
Oh,
you know what I
very
mean?
much.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm like, okay, so does he want Arkin? Because either you're getting lucky and you're getting away, because you're kind of just running around and
Yes.
doing this and that. But I feel like if he's able to do this, he could have killed you whenever he wanted.
For sure.
But if he hasn't, does he have you, like, is this a game?
You think a lot about what Larry said.
Yeah.
The only one to survive, and it's like, well, and that would creep me out even more.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, honestly, there are several times that Michael has the drop on the Collector but does nothing with this. He could attack, he could kill, he could do a lot of things, and he's
Arkin?
just... What did I say?
Michael?
No,
I don't
Michael's
think
dead.
so.
Yeah.
Michael's spider food.
Yeah. He's in the back.
Yeah, Michael's not doing anything. He's hanging out.
Yes.
But yeah, Arkin, I feel like there's plenty of times that he could do something and he just doesn't.
Yeah, that too, because you know if he's going to come back down, hide. You can get behind the steps, you can to the side,
Just
you
get
can
the jump on
anything.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he's going to maybe take Victoria or carry her somewhere else after she fell down the stairs, attack him.
Yeah.
Leap for him.
Yeah.
Choke him out. He's just a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Heavy on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a dude.
Something very cool, though, the stunt woman that took this fall down the stairs and back into the cellar, Zoe Bell.
Hell yeah,
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
As the Collector descends the steps, Arkin rushes to hide beneath a desk at the corner of the room. We see a clock flashing midnight above his head on the desk.
Yeah.
I assume it's because the power went out, but I thought it was kind of a cool thing if this was to be called the Midnight Man, like it's hanging over his head.
Right.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
good.
You know? But the Collector reaches Victoria's body, and when he lifts his head, his glimmering eyes seem to catch sight of Arkin. He stalks his way over, Arkin readying a knife beneath the desk to attack him, but the Collector stops short of the desk, and instead, he spies a yellow spider lowering itself from its web weaved within the pipe at the ceiling. The Collector gathers it gingerly into his palm, stepping over to a nearby window and sliding it open to set the creature free. And this is what I'm saying. At any point, he could have stabbed him in the back of the
Yeah.
head.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah. He
He's
had
like-
that thing.
Yeah.
He's like, well, he deserves this moment with the spider.
Yeah.
It clearly means a lot to him. But this is when I'm like, okay, this is like Gil Grissom. Like he loves bugs, you know?
But he then returns to Victoria, dragging her by the leg across the cold floor of the cellar, over to the small room with the bathtub, and slamming the door behind them.
It is such a like juxtaposition, like how evil, like bad. I don't know what word, what category he falls into, but that he is capable of being so gentle with that spider and not wanting to hurt it or kill it or want anything to happen to it here. So he releases it outside, and then to turn around and immediately be so cruel and violent with
Victoria?
Victoria. That
Yeah,
was it.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Victoria Chase.
Yeah.
How could I forget? But yeah, I thought that was interesting, and I feel like him, stabbing her repeatedly right before this, and then this happening, it felt very intentional. That it's like, oh no, he just enjoys doing this, or he just whatever. Like, it's not that he is incapable of showing kindness or being gentle or whatever. He just doesn't want to do it to people.
Okay.
The Collector tosses Victoria's body back inside the tub and starts to fill it with a large can of gasoline. As he sets a digital voice recorder down next to the tub, switching it on, Arkin rushes for the stairs, racing through the kitchen and up to the second floor. He tries to pry the boards from one of the windows in the Chase's bedroom, further growing frustrated when they don't seem to budge. But in the cellar, the collector kneels before Victoria, who lies battered and bleeding before him, his black-gloved fingers pinching a curved needle and thread. He stabs the sharp tip through Victoria's top lip and out beneath her bottom one, continuing in a zigzag pattern to slowly sew her mouth shut. Victoria kicks against the porcelain, her anguished cries carrying all the way to the second floor, where they reach Arkin through the vent. The subtitle said Vicky screaming, and I was like, I didn't realize we were so close.
We're besties.
Ah.
I was surprised that she was still alive.
Yeah.
Me too. He stabbed the hell out of her.
Yeah. And I thought that the sewing the mouth shut is something that he would have done when she was screaming.
Before?
True.
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know.
Honestly, the reason for sewing her mouth shut is like the weirdest fuck you that we get later in the film to Arkin. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
No.
I'll kind of try to explain it later, but it does. I just said it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I was confused if it's the same thing I'm thinking of.
Okay. Upstairs, to the sound of Victoria's screams, Arkin seethes as quietly as he can. Why the fuck didn't you listen to me? I told you to stay with me. It's like, I hate this dude.
Yeah, what, dude?
But the loud horn of a car outside interrupts whatever the hell that was.
His tantrum.
Yeah. The camera glides through the rain, past decorative statues to find a Mustang convertible parked in front of the house. Bela Lugosi's Dead by Bauhaus bellows from the car's speakers and into the evening air. Very good choice.
So good. Yeah. Why are they honking?
I think they're getting hot and heavy and he's just pressing it accidentally.
Yeah. But I inferred that. And then when we see inside the car, he's not by the horn.
No, he has to reach.
Yeah.
I don't get
that
it either.
was my question too. I was like, why are you doing that?
Great question.
I thought it was like a boyfriend pulling up to pick her up, and we were going to reveal that she was in the house.
That would honestly be better. Here's my thing. Frankly, whenever he had said earlier, he's like, Jill was gone before we got here.
Yeah.
I'm like, she's in on it.
In on it.
That's what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, okay.
I think what we get is a little more disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
But in the passenger seat of the car is the returning Jill, who is making out with Chad, her boyfriend, played by Alex Feldman. Chad leans into the horn as their kisses continue, but Jill pulls back, worried that he'll wake the neighbors. Chad smirks. What neighbors?
What neighbors indeed? Because
I
if there
know.
were, we've been screaming in this house all night.
Yeah.
So the thing is, apparently the house that they used for the exterior
Right.
was close to a ton of other houses, but the way that they shot it, it didn't look like it was.
Oh, okay.
And so we've had it twice now where earlier Michael was like, I know we're in the middle of nowhere. And he's like, what neighbors
Yeah.
and stuff? It's like,
We
all
get
right,
it, we
got
get it.
it. We got it. Inside, however, Victoria continues to shriek. It's like, I thought you were sewing her mouth shut. It's like, look, I'm good with traps. I'm not a seamster. But Arkin smashes a nearby lamp upstairs and uses the sharp edge to crash through a small corner of the glass of the window. As Jill and Chad ascend the front porch together, affectionate as ever, Arkin shouts from the second floor, pleading with Jill to stop, to not go inside. But his warning goes unheard over the sound of the storm. The collector, though, has heard the horn as well, climbing back up to the first floor and lingering beneath his bladed chandelier at the front door.
So you heard that, but you don't hear dude up there screaming?
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, he was like, I told you to fucking... He's trying to keep it low, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, light scream.
Yes. After refusing to just do it on the porch, Jill attempts to enter the house, but is unable to unlock the door, assuming that her mother must have changed the locks while she was gone or something. Chad looks around, making sure that Jill is certain that her parents aren't home. She tells him that she's positive and guides him towards another possible entrance.
All of this was confusing to me. So I'm assuming that Jill did not go on the trip.
Right.
But when she took off, her mother would have had time to change the locks, but they were supposed to leave tonight, but her mother's in her pajamas. Mm-hmm. But I don't... Were we leaving tonight or tomorrow? Tonight, right? Because that's why Arkin is here.
Yeah.
I don't fucking understand any timeline.
I'll tell you, I have never gone on a trip in my life where I loaded the fucking bags into the car the night before. I always take it that morning because I need like last minute shit to make sure that I have everything.
Yeah.
And when they were arguing upstairs, Michael was loading the car.
Okay, so where is the car? They didn't leave.
Yeah,
and he's like, "Are you sure your parents are gone?" Oh, they're gone, bitch. Where is their car?
Yeah,
I'm.
Their cars are gone.
You're right.
Yeah.
None of this makes sense. We can just leave it at that.
Yeah, because they couldn't have been like brought back or I don't know.
Well, they don't but they still haven't said anything either, and they can't anymore.
No, they can't.
That's true.
No.
Victoria or Michael, because they should have said something. We were trying to leave and whatever, or we were leaving
anything.
super early. Yeah.
We were supposed to be in Barbados now. Right now, man. Something.
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense. And then I thought that they were sneaking back in.
Right.
But she's like, "Oh, they're gone."
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Arkin continues to pound against the boards of the bedroom window to no real consequence. And upon realizing his efforts are futile, he steps away from the window. Larry, however, has joined the cacophony, banging against the inside of the trunk. Arkin hears him, hustling his way over to the closet through the dark. He opens the door, presses his mouth to so close to the trunk's lid as he whispers harshly, "Please keep it down. Will you just shut up?"
I don't understand. I mean, I guess he could give away Arkin's position if Arkin is going to choose to stay in this room.
Yeah.
But the collector knows that Larry's here. He brought him here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dude, fuck yeah. Use the bait against the collector.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Wouldn't that give him a distraction? Even if he's in there, if you just open it and like, oh, you're here on your own, you have to come up here or leave Larry just kind of wandering around down there.
I don't understand.
And don't you have a bladed weapon?
Yeah.
Like
we seen it.
Dude, get him up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then when he bends down to tend to Larry, just stab him in the base of his neck.
Yeah, dude. I'm like fucking Billy the Puppet from Dead Silence. Bring his ass up here. Get him up here.
Dude, he was pissed.
He was pissed. The collector, however, readies his blade in the kitchen, stalking over to the mini deadbolted door and unlocking each of them with a skeleton key before slinking away to lie in wait for the young couple. Skeleton key, that's another one we should cover.
Yes!
Hey.
Jill opens the door with ease, Bauhaus's rattling percussion and trembling pick slides accompanying her and Chad's entrance. Realizing that the door was unlocked, Jill notes that definitely isn't typical. Chad doesn't care, pressing Jill to the wall to plant a passionate kiss on her lips. But as his hands travel up her skirt and for her panties, Jill pulls away, chuckling that she doesn't think so. But Chad follows her into the adjacent corridor, an oblivious Jill stepping backward toward the spiked staircase until Chad pulls her closer to him in a kiss and unknowingly away from danger. But at the kitchen island, beneath a clock that ticks past 11:20 p.m., Chad suggests emphatically that they should really do it right now.
Who wrote this?
I don't know.
Who wrote this?
Chad did.
Yeah, he did. Whoever wrote it, I think their pants are chafing now. He lays her down onto the island, tearing through her overshirt, the buttons scattering across the kitchen tiles as he starts to kiss her stomach. And as his sneakers drift dangerously close to the tripwire attached to the machete in the ceiling, Chad unfastens Jill's bra. Arkin, however, sneaks down the stairs with a knife in hand, down to the first floor, where he finds the collector kneeling in front of the kitchen doorway, licking his lips and making kissy faces as Chad caresses Jill's bare breasts.
Collector, please.
I know.
He's like, I thought booby traps were my thing.
That was good.
Thank you.
I didn't know we were getting down like this.
No.
And again, this does nothing for me to fear the Collector.
No,
Yeah.
he's horny.
Yeah,
Like,
it makes it weird.
yeah, that it's crazy. And you know how like praying mantises
Get horny? This is just like that.
this is really mirroring how voyeuristic praying mantises are, you know?
Allowing the Collector's perversion to distract him, Arkin sneaks into the dining room, Solid Snake crawling under the table and past the armed bear traps. But as Jill leans her head back, giving in to the pleasure of her lover's tongue, she spies the crouching Collector, his eyes shimmering brightly within his dark mask. It's like, you gotta at least be
At least turn those down.
She gasps sharply, leaping up from the island and hiding behind her boyfriend. The Collector stands in the doorway, tossing his knife back and forth between his black-gloved hands.
Come on, dude.
That's how you know he's a real bad guy.
Right. Like, he does this all the time. Arkin can only watch in silence beneath the dining room table, his hand clutched over his mouth as the Collector charges for Chad. Chad extends his arm in a poorly placed punch, the Collector's blade piercing right through his balled-up fist.
That was wild work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It shocked me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chad's eyes widen in shock as the Collector swoops upon him, pushing him over toward the tripwire, which sends the machete swinging down from on high, severing the fingers of Chad's right hand. I don't know why his hand was forward. He's like, no, you listen here.
Yeah, no shit. What?
At this point, I'm suspecting that Chad is some kind of cyborg because he's not really reacting.
No, he's
To
not.
anything.
He's not.
Chad stumbles backward, staggering into the dining room, where the Collector forces him deeper with a stern Spartan kick to the chest. Chad stumbles right into a waiting bear trap, which cinches sharply around his ankle, causing his leg to buckle, only for his knees to be caught in the iron jaws of another trap. He collapses backwards, his arms and face soon devoured by the snapping traps, blood gushing from each mangled limb, his startled screams silenced within the rubble of his crushed skull.
And again, he takes it all very well.
Yeah.
Do you think like the Collector's watching and when these things are coming together, he's like, yes. Like,
I knew it.
Jill shrieks, and the Collector turns his attention to her, thrashing her across the kitchen and sending her crashing through colorful vases that line the bar. He lifts her off her feet, pressing her against the wall near the back door, where he reaches his skeleton key to lock each of the deadbolts again. In this momentary distraction, Jill reaches into her pocket, flipping open her phone and dialing 911. But just as the call connects, the Collector throws her to the floor, dragging her by the hair toward his web of razor wire and slashing through it with the sharp blade of his knife. Meanwhile, Arkin takes off running.
I fucking busted out laughing. That was hilarious.
It's like, really?
I can't help her anymore. I got it.
You're our hero?
Yeah, I know, dude. I know.
Like, fuck.
Regroup. I got to regroup. God
That was
damn.
too much.
That was crazy. He reaches the Chase's bedroom on the second floor, using his blade to bash through the blade-laden boards that filleted his hand earlier in the night. He pries them off, stashing them beneath the bed and covering his work at the window with the curtains. But back downstairs, Jill is now tied to the banister of the staircase, secured there with sharp wires at her wrists and her throat.
He works real fast.
Yeah.
Once again, busy bee. He's got all this down to a science, I guess.
Yeah,
Almost supernaturally fast.
Almost, yes.
if only.
Yeah.
With this flashing shimmer.
Yes.
The collector climbs her body from below, slithering up her torso like a snake and hissing a hungry breath as he reaches a hand for her breast. But before he can touch her, an alarm clock suddenly rings upstairs, the collector rushing to the second floor and into the chase's room to silence it.
Why did he Naruto run up the stairs?
I know.
I have no idea. It's like, my cookies are done. Like, what the fuck? Why? What does it matter?
I don't know.
The urgency. I don't know.
He panicked. I don't get it.
This provides Arkin with a small window to descend the steps to try to rescue Jill. He snips her free from the wires, begging her to keep quiet. And she stands there, trembling through tears. What are you doing here? What's going on? She asks where her family is, but Arkin just tells her to keep quiet. When she's finally free, Jill pulls away from Arkin, unable to trust him, even when he pleads with her to just come with him. But Jill instead dives for the den, reaching her hand for the booby-trapped pair of scissors that Arkin avoided earlier. And the second she seizes them, a pin is pulled, snapping a wire connected to the scissors, which sends Jill sailing into a sea of spikes that pierce sharply through the projector screen. The projector, broken free from the ceiling, crookedly casts the blue light of her little sister's swimming video against her dead body.
We're not saving this Tucker and Dale ass family. We can wrap it up.
Right.
That was absurd. That was ridiculous. And I wonder, thinking about the projector, if this was maybe a little bit of a nod to which Friday the 13th was it?
Oh,
that
shit.
did this?
Yeah, was it 3D?
You know, like in a 3D way. Yeah, I think it might have been.
Yeah.
But what the hell was that?
I don't know. It was very weird because I understand the fear or the, hey, what are you doing here? But I did let you smoke some of my cigarette earlier and we were cool, even the weird flirty whatever.
Yeah.
We were cool. If I'm here, I'm cutting you loose.
I freed you.
I'm helping. Even if it's like, oh, you came, why did you come back? Well, I know you though. I can semi-trust you.
Suddenly.
Yeah.
Well, if it's between Arkin and fucking Bright Eyes in there.
Yeah, well, no, yeah.
Fucking Arkin.
I think it was the final chapter because I think fucking what's his name was there.
Yeah, 1,000%.
Yeah.
Yep. Crispin Glover.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, the living room.
Yes.
Yep.
But I will say I did think that this looked really good. There was one spike that goes under her eye.
Yes.
And through her nose.
Yeah.
It's pretty good work.
Yeah, I agree.
But as the collector enters the room to admire his horrific handiwork, Arkin races up the stairs to the Chase's bedroom closet to rescue Larry from the confines of the trunk. As he attempts to pull him out, Larry lies with dead weight against Arkin's shoulder, nails piercing through the soles of his feet and into the shackles at his ankles, tethering him to the interior of the trunk.
Arkin tells this man, push with your legs.
I don't think so, dude.
No. He's chained in there.
He is.
I can't stop laughing.
Arkin is just worthless. I have to say it. He's just... Come on. But when the collector's heavy footsteps march their way up the stairs, Arkin abandons the pleading Larry with a whispered apology, choosing instead to just save himself. With his wrapped and wounded fist, Arkin crashes his way through the window pane, crawling bloody over the rooftop as Larry's cries continue behind him, muffled. Arkin just leaps for the lawn below, tucking and rolling across the paved path that leads him away from the mansion and over to an adjacent field. He takes off running through the rain, slipping deeper and deeper into the enveloping fog as the score pounds pensively around him. But a sudden knock from an upstairs window stops Arkin in his tracks, and as we peer past him and back to the house... He doesn't seem to have gotten very far, by the way.
No.
And I do want to say there is a moment later where the collector is running through this very field. I think they just reused that footage for Arkin right now.
That's hilarious.
Because he literally just walked out. He's right next to the house. He didn't fucking run anywhere. But in the upstairs window, we see Hannah banging desperately against the glass between the boards. Arkin stops to stare up at the defenseless little girl who begs him for help behind the glass. And in a flash of lightning, he spies the slithering silhouette of the Collector through a curtain, the fiend seeming to take notice of Hannah as well.
I'll come back for you.
And it's also really funny because if the Collector wasn't running up the stairs, he didn't need to abandon Larry like that. He's still on the first floor.
Yeah.
He's like, he's coming. Sorry, Larry. Get your ass back in there.
It's him consistently tucking him back,
Yes.
back into this truck.
And again, right here, if no ghost, why ghost noises?
Yes. No shit.
I don't understand.
It does. It's, I don't know, atmosphere.
Yeah.
But unable to leave the poor girl to be collected, Arkin turns back for the mansion, ascending the exterior of the house to make his way inside. I will say there is a, quote, alternate ending, unquote, on the Blu-ray. Has to be a joke. Because it's at this moment he sees Hannah banging against the window. He looks up, he sees the Collector hearing her and making his way up the stairs. And he looks up at the window, he flips the double bird, and he keeps running.
Get out of here.
I swear to God. And it's like, okay, well, that's all. That's all, folks.
He's like, dude, this Ruby's digging into my leg.
Yeah.
I gotta get out of here. It's like 11:45.
And honestly, the Arkin that we know, that wouldn't have been that surprising.
Yeah, no.
But inside the house, Hannah rushes out from her hiding spot and into the second floor hallway, Arkin's climbing shadow cast through the stairwell. She rushes for her parents' room, where the nearly lifeless Larry lurches out from the trunk in the closet, shrieking, "Run, little girl, run!" Hannah screams as Larry is folded back into the trunk by the Collector, who slams the lid and stares at her with his shimmering eyes.
Why does the Collector care if Larry's out? He's shackled to the trunk.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
There's no one else here. Everyone is dead but Arkin and Hannah, and they both know about the man by now.
Poor dude, he can't catch a break. No matter who it is, nobody's letting him out.
And he was trying to help.
Yeah.
It's like Willie in that treehouse of
No
horror.
shit. Hannah crawls under her parents' bed, narrowly escaping the Collector's clutches, but he heads her off at the pass and through the connected rooms, runs right into her in the second floor corridor. Hannah screams as the Collector inches forward, snarling and licking his chops. But before he can charge for her, Arkin arrives just in time, bashing him across the back of the head with Michael's empty revolver. It clatters to the floor next to the collapsed Collector, Arkin whisking Hannah away into her bedroom as her pursuer reaches his feet again, pounding feverishly against her closed bedroom door. Arkin demands to know where Hannah was, but Hannah just begs for him not to let the man get her. Arkin has a plan, and after obtaining Hannah's promise to stay off of the floor, he lifts her up onto a shelf where she cradles a small television in her arms, which broadcasts a black and white video. This video, it's like you see clown puppets and some dudes and stuff. This is apparently featured also in Feast.
Oh, okay.
That's cool.
But Arkin lies in wait behind a large fish tank in the corner of the room, and once the Collector breaks through the door, Arkin screams, "Now!" The world moves in slow motion as Hannah forces the television set onto her bedroom floor, just as Arkin sends the fish tank crashing a cascade of water and broken glass to meet the electricity. But rather than being trapped himself, the Collector instead tosses Larry into the room, the current catching him and his bloody body writhing within the water as the electricity rushes through him. This is hilarious.
Yes!
First of all, because when he busts the door down, how does Arkin not see him holding a grown-ass man?
Yeah. No, yeah.
And he's like, "Now!" It's like, what?
Yeah. There's no way. Well, I mean, I guess there can be, but this seems very serious.
Right? Yes.
Like they're taking this way too serious, but this is so funny.
Yes, it is.
And that's why I keep saying that I don't think that it's intentional.
Yeah.
Because they are. It's grim, it's gruesome, and deathly serious.
Yeah.
But this is. It's funny as hell.
It's very funny. So I am enjoying this, but am I enjoying it the wrong way or the right way?
I don't know.
I think the point is that we're enjoying it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But as the collector hurls a series of daggers at Arkin, narrowly missing him, this is like some Indiana Jones shit.
Yeah.
Arkin gathers Hannah and rushes her into a nearby room, closing the door behind them. Hannah races for the other side, but a heap of hanging hooks are waiting for Arkin, and he walks right into them, their sharp points sinking into the flesh of his eye. His eyelid, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
But-
it does change between shots.
It
It's
does.
all-
And he takes it
It does.
very well.
Yeah. He goes, damn it. I was like, dude, there's a fish hook in your eye. I'd like, little girl, get away from me.
And-
There's a fish. It's a fish hook.
Yes, and it's so funny. Two things. One, Hannah just runs underneath it. It's like, you must be this tall to ride this around. And the second thing is that the collector is fucking taking notes
Yes.
of the fish around the room. He's like, I heard you like fish. So,
This had to be painstaking.
yes,
Yeah.
dude, there's so many of
Yeah.
them. But as Arkin pulls them from his skin with great effort, the collector has dragged Larry's corpse over to the door, bashing his skull against the doorknob in an attempt to break in, Larry's blood pouring through the keyhole on the other side. So according to the commentary, this was one of the things that the MPAA had a problem with, because it was apparently like at least like 15 more bashes, and then like you can't you can't keep using this guy's skull to do this. Like either cut it down or do something else.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, 10 pounds.
Yeah, we probably don't need it that long, but
Probably
again,
not.
this is still pretty funny.
Yeah, yes.
It's very funny. I'm using this dude's head as a battering ram to open the door.
Right.
This is Three Stooges shit.
No
Yeah.
shit. Like, how is this not hilarious?
Yeah.
This is physical comedy.
Arkin glances around the room, his uncertain voice echoing in his own mind for some reason. He goes, I don't know. I do not know.
Neither do we, dude.
Yeah.
But it's Hannah who finds a solution. The laundry chute. She directs Arkin's attention over to it, telling him that it goes all the way down. He loads her into it, instructing her to get out of the way as soon as she gets down there, because he'll be coming right behind her.
Why would you not assume that this chute is lined with nails, with a
Oh.
pool of acid waiting on the other end?
You
that's
just-
Where
true.
kids will grope blindly for hot dogs. There's no way that this dude, I mean, there is a way because it's exactly what happened.
Right.
But that he has booby trapped every inch of this house, but the laundry chute, the only way to get from the top floor to the bottom instantly. He was like, nah, nobody's going to use that. Nobody's going to think to use
You
that.
just walk through those fish hooks.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you're like, I'm sure this is fine.
He's been,
Yeah,
he's
that's-
been in the bathroom.
But Hannah does as told, riding this super fun happy slide
Damn, they don't stop coming.
No.
do they?
right down into the cellar and backing away from it to await Arkin's arrival. But before Arkin can join her, Larry's skull crashes through the knob, allowing the collector to burst through the door. Larry's body disappears in the next shot. By the way,
Yeah.
he's
Oh,
just
we
not
don't need
there
it
at all.
Yeah. You use that item.
Yes, exactly. It just disappears.
Yeah.
It's out of your inventory.
But the collector staggers into the room, leaping for Arkin, the two men tussling beneath the hanging hooks as Hannah waits worriedly down below. She's checking her watch. She's like, what the fuck?
I thought he said right behind me.
But in the struggle, Arkin sinks his fingers into the collector's mask, tearing it free from his face and freezing in seeming recognition of the man behind it. But Arkin is promptly knocked out with a stern punch from the collector. We cut to black.
This intense game of cat and mouse all night, culminating in them beating the shit out of each other in the bathroom, was very funny to me.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, meanwhile, his wife is just getting her kneecaps busted. Like, I'm like,
Oh my God.
We have a time limit and you've been running around this house.
That's true. What time is it?
I don't even know.
It just really, it tickled me because all of the traps and to end it here, their final, like, face to face.
Yeah.
Very funny. Very funny.
So at this moment where he kind of freezes and he's like, oh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did either of you think that it would be like Roy or one of Roy's boys or somebody that we know better?
I thought so because, I mean, firstly, I've never seen anybody else in this movie with glowing eyes.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Yeah.
whoever this is, I was going to be annoyed because it's not
Gonna work.
anybody that physically represented in this way. You know what I
Right.
mean? So yeah, I'm like, all right, did your wife set you up?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking something maybe a little bit juicier than what we get.
I was still pretty confused, honestly, and I was hoping that maybe this was still supernatural, but there's something that we missed of who it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, let's see where this goes. But yeah, I think I was just hoping for supernatural because that's kind of how things are sometimes, off and on.
I had thought maybe we would get one of those like Saw flashbacks later and Roy's like, I picked the jobs
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
or
yeah.
something. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
When we return, we pan past the carnage of the evening, a trail of blood leading away from the trunk in the closet, Michael's disemboweled corpse hanging upside down in the cellar, Jill planted into the sharp spikes of the projection screen, Chad ensnared within the several bear traps in the dining room, and Victoria lying motionless in the tub of gasoline. But as Hannah rushes to hide under the desk in the corner of the cellar, the collector retrieves his mask, retying it a bit tighter this time, I hope, because he just tore it off. Before dragging Arkin's unconscious body into the cellar. We travel through the dark clouds overhead, thunder clattering all around us, before we ride a downpour of rain back to Earth, lightning striking the concrete path just outside of the Chase's mansion. It was a choice.
Yeah, I didn't know if we were flying again. What is this? Why?
Doesn't that kind of lend to supernatural?
It
does.
just feels weird, and it does.
But in the cellar, the collector switches on grimy construction lights, and we glide down the captive Arkin. He stands handcuffed, hooks hanging from the ceiling sunk into the back of his hands, and his spine secured sharply through hook screws as well. The collector offers a harsh awakening, slashing him across the forehead.
That was a choice.
Oh my God, damn. This jolts Arkin back to consciousness. Blood sputtering from his lips and his fresh wound, Arkin begs the collector to just let her go. He tells him, "You got me. Just let her go." But the collector just sifts through his tool bag before approaching Arkin to size him up with his unblinking eyes. As Arkin attempts to pull himself away from the post, realizing just how trapped he is, he tells the collector that he'll never find Hannah anyway. But the collector just returns to his bag, grabbing a hammer and a heavy chisel back over to Arkin. It was like mime behavior. Because there's no way that chisel is that heavy, but he's like dragging it on the floor.
Yeah.
And then he lifts it. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you a clown?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Praying mantises often.
Yeah.
They like to pretend to be clowns. And they get real horny. Everyone knows
These
that.
are the two things.
It makes them eat their partner's head.
It
Yes.
does.
Why?
I've seen.
Think about it.
Mhm. With startling precision, the collector jams the chisel into Arkin's mouth, zeroing in on one of his molars before pounding the tool with the heavy head of a hammer. Tink, tink, tink. Arkin's tooth tumbles from his mouth to the concrete floor of the cellar, the collector scooping it up, pinching it between his fingers to admire it.
No, please. Not teeth.
No.
Yeah.
Hannah whimpers from beneath the desk, seeming to give her location away. And as the collector begins to march his way over to her, Arkin screams through the blood. "Where are you going? Is that all you got, you little bitch?" This doesn't seem to faze the collector. But when Arkin decides to dip into some casual homophobic slurs, this stops the collector dead in his tracks.
I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Really?
What
that
the
was...
fuck? And multiple times.
Yeah. I was like, so the collector's cleaning the streets.
Honestly,
Yeah,
fuck.
take him out. But I'm like,
Arkin.
that's what you had in your back pocket.
I guess.
Yeah.
What's worse is it worked.
Yeah.
As Arkin wrestles against the hooks in his hands, the collector doubles back, and from a shelf in the basement, he snags a glass jar filled with Madagascar hissing cockroaches.
Okay. So this whole time I'm thinking Gil Grissom, but it's really Dale Gribble. That's something I need to recalibrate within my own head. What we've been watching so far.
And you couldn't be more right.
Yeah.
He shows them to Arkin as he twists off the lid, and without hesitation, he lifts Arkin's shirt, slashing his stomach and holding the open jar up to the fresh wound. He flicks a lighter, burning the bottom of the jar and leaving the cockroaches no escape except for Arkin. Arkin screams, "Get him off me! Get him off me!" It's very Barney Gubble.
Yeah.
And how many hands does this guy have? Because he's holding the jar, he's slicing a belly, he's lighting the jar.
Well, you know,
goddamn.
you know
Right.
he can throw and catch that knife.
That's
Like,
true.
he's
That's true.
really ambidextrous with
Like,
it.
I'm an insect. I have 6 arms. Praying mantises.
I didn't feel like he sliced his belly deep enough for this to be happening.
He
but-
didn't because the roaches fall out immediately.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
like, what the fuck do you want me to do, collector? But I'm like, just kill me. If this is where we're going with it, just kill me.
Yeah.
This torture technique thing, I know that weren't they doing it with rats on Game of
That's what I
Thrones
was
too?
going to say.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Just kill me.
I think you're just heating those bugs up.
You're just cooking them.
honestly.
And those are your friends too.
I
so
thought.
Yeah.
gross.
And again, this is what they mentioned on commentary. They were like, we had read about this terrifying and horrific torture technique from World War II. And so again, it's like they're doing this seriously.
Yeah.
But to me, this is such a wild and hilarious turn that I never would have guessed. And to
Yeah.
see it, it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's just like he's so excited. He's just like wanting to try everything. That's what
Right.
it's like, because it's not methodical. It's just like slice, light.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. They're all falling out. Like it's like I don't.
It's that, them falling
Yeah,
out.
they're not even, you didn't even do it right.
No.
And the other thing as well is that whenever we get to what comes next outside, the second that a light shines through the window, he stops. He's like, all right. That was
I've had
too
my
far.
fun.
But the collector is thankfully interrupted when the headlights of a police cruiser beam brightly through the rain outside. The deputy sheriff, played by Michael Showers, calls into dispatch before stepping out of his vehicle to investigate the possible emergency.
And it's so much happens so quickly that you forget she did call 911. Jill
Yeah.
did.
She
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
He approaches the house, and when he arcs his flashlight through the dining room window, he discovers Chad's trap-chomped corpse strewn across the floor. He can merely mutter, "Oh my God," before racing around to the other side of the house.
Thank God. I was like, okay, any other movie you would have just passed through it or
Yeah.
whatever, and then he would have got. Him seeing it was like, okay, cool, because it's right there.
It is. And I thought that he wasn't going to.
Yeah.
Arkin, however, struggles against his sharp restraints in the cellar, with the collector nowhere in sight. But outside, the deputy sheriff aims his pistol and shines his flashlight through the pouring rain when the collector suddenly steps out from behind a tree, clutching a knife in his fist. The deputy sheriff barks for him to freeze, to raise his arms and drop his weapon. The collector does as told, the blade slipping from his fingers and sinking upright into the wet dirt of the front lawn. But before the officer can make the arrest, a chain rattles behind him. The German Shepherd returning, dragging the cop to the grass and taking a bite out of crime. And by crime, I mean his throat.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Blood sprays into the night air, but with one sharp whistle, the dog obeys the order of the collector and stops attacking the cop.
I'll be honest, I forgot. Like, I even earlier when Arkin was coming, and I know they didn't have a dog, but I forgot. So when this happens, I was like, damn, you became his human? Like, you took over? What happened? You know what I mean? Yar buddies? It's like, how'd that happen?
So this is his dog.
Yes.
That he brought.
Yes.
Yeah. What?
It's like, well, maybe his eyes are warging out and he made the dog do that. Like, that's the only thing. But I will say, there's a lot of ridiculous things that are happening, especially towards the end of the film.
Yeah.
But it is kind of cool that everything that we've seen introduced does eventually have its payoff.
That is true.
As the deputy sheriff attempts to crawl away, the collector stalks over to him, gripping him firmly around the skull and snapping his neck. But in the cellar, Arkin is able to finally tear himself free from the hooks at his hands, and with great agony, he forces himself to the floor, the weight of his body ripping the restraints from the flesh of his spine. As he coughs up blood, we match cut to the collector, rain dripping down the facade of his mask. That was pretty cool. It was right there.
Yeah.
But with a dislodged hook, Arkin is able to snap the locks of the shackles at his ankles, freeing himself completely from the post. He orders Hannah to stay put underneath the desk, but he's drawn to the small bathroom when he hears Victoria's whimpering cries emanating from within. He rushes into the room, only to discover Victoria dead in the bathtub, her mouth sewn shut, and her anguish sounding through the small speaker on the recorder clutched in her hand. So again, this was the fuck you to Arkin. He sees, he's like, I sewed up her mouth just so you feel stupid, man.
He's like, ha ha.
Yeah, like, no shit. It's like, all right.
Yeah, that's not my wife, dude.
I barely know her.
Yeah. I already got paid for doing the job.
All right. I got this ruby in my pocket.
Yeah.
But Arkin spots the can of gasoline next to the tub. His eyes then tracing a collection of wires rigged just over the tub, which are connected to a stick of dynamite. We catch up with the collector, who is running as fast as he can through the pouring rain and over to the deputy's cruiser, as Arkin realizes, my God, that guy's gonna blow the house up.
Thank you, Arkin. Because I couldn't put that together myself. Right. And the collector was not that far from the house.
He wasn't. I don't know. And again, what the hell? The dynamite has fucking Acme on the side of it. Like, what are we doing?
Everything. We're doing everything.
Arkin collects Hannah before she can get a glimpse of her mother's body, though she had to have walked right past her father's body, but Arkin doesn't care about that. The collector opens the unlocked door, a voice chirping over the radio. Unit 316. All units are responding. The collector seizes the deputy's shotgun with ease. The void led me to believe that would be a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But through the basement window, Arkin spots the glowing eyes of the collector. Arkin rushing the little girl back over to the laundry chute and tying a blanket around her waist. He wraps the other end of the blanket around his thigh. The collector enters the house through the kitchen door, gliding the German Shepherd by his leash to follow. And as the collector twists the knob to the basement door, Hannah trembles. He's coming! And Arkin answers sharply, he's supposed to come down the stairs. This does not calm her. I don't know.
I know.
Like, keep up.
I swear, you have a daughter? Arkin kneels down, instructing Hannah that he's going to climb the chute first and then pull her up after him, ordering her to wait right there. As he ascends the chute and Hannah stands there, fearful as all hell, the collector racks his shotgun and sets the dog loose in search of some fresh meat. Arkin is able to make his way upstairs, and Hannah climbs into the chute, the dog in hot pursuit. He rounds the corner into the cellar, Arkin narrowly lifting Hannah just out of the dog's snapping jaws and up to join him safely on the second floor. But the dog, with a taste for meat now, races as fast as he can for the laundry room upstairs. I guess he also studied the floor plan.
Yeah.
How does he know that?
He was casing the joint too.
That's amazing.
Everyone was, apparently.
Arkin sets Hannah down, snagging a strip of toilet paper, lighting up a matchbook, and tossing them both into a steel trash can. It ignites a bright flame to Hannah's confusion, but Arkin has a plan. And just as the dog reaches them, barreling through the crack in the door, Arkin smashes the burning can onto the canine's crown, the animal yelping in pain.
And that's what I call a hot dog. But no, this is fucking ridiculous, right?
Yes,
I
yes.
had to pause it, and I had to pause it again in a moment with this fucking dog because I couldn't believe that this is what they chose to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I truly couldn't believe it.
But suddenly, all goes silent, and as the collector stalks his way toward the laundry room door, aiming his shotgun, Arkin appears, clutching the canned canine and hurling it at him. The collector pulls the trigger, blasting the dog in half, the diversion creating just enough room for Arkin to dive for the shotgun.
For real?
I know.
Yes.
What's happening? Like, what? He knocked the dog out with the fire
Yes,
trash
he did.
can?
Yeah.
Threw him at him like he threw Larry at them. Like, what?
Yeah.
What?
It's too much.
I don't know.
It's simply too much. I couldn't believe what I was watching.
I don't know either. It's just, again, there's no way that you can do this and be like, no, this is a very serious, grim.
Yeah.
This is a cartoon.
Yes.
But Arkin knocks the shotgun out of the collector's hands and down into the cellar. The pair trade blows, clattering across the kitchen in their clumsy conflict, Arkin eventually gaining the upper hand and kicking the collector down the stairs. He tumbles to the cellar floor, instinctively reaching for the key ring that I guess he kept at his hip this whole time,
Sure.
only for Arkin to find them on the kitchen tiles. He snags them, sealing the cellar door closed and rushing for Hannah. We catch Hannah's reflection in a nearby mirror as Arkin gathers her and carries her over to the front door. The pair cycle through the collector's key ring, only to discover that the key they need is broken.
What a dick move.
I know.
To leave it on the ring.
Yeah, dude.
That's real fucking funny. He's got a sense of humor.
He does.
Yeah.
But the collector reaches his feet in the cellar, snagging his shotgun and firing a hole through the door at the top of the stairs. He ascends the steps and makes a mad dash for the foyer, where he finds Arkin, shielding Hannah behind him as they cower at the front door. The collector raises his shotgun, firing a certain blast right for them, only for Arkin and Hannah's reflection to shatter in front of him. We follow the trail of broken glass to the doorway in the den, where Arkin and Hannah's reflection had been cast into the misleading mirror.
Eat my ass, dude. This dude has rigged this entire fucking house, minus the laundry chute.
Right.
The rest of this whole fucking house, trained this dog, outsmarted the fucking police, killed everyone, tortured them, has been playing cat and mouse all night. And you don't know the difference between a fucking reflection and this dude that you've been chasing all night?
Yeah, I think that's what they want us to believe.
Okay. I was just making sure.
It is weird because seeing it's them kneeled down in front of the door.
Of course it is.
Right.
That's not how the mirror works. But because when we see them, it is them kneeled down, but the reflection would be the wall.
Yes.
I don't.
He's like, they're gone already.
Yeah.
This is infuriating. And it had to line up perfectly to where he was
Yeah.
standing.
Yeah, and
This is terrible.
also how fucking dumb are you, the collector? There's a door. You know where the front door is.
Yeah.
And suddenly now it's a wall.
That's what I'm saying.
He's like, what the fuck happened?
Encyclopedic knowledge of every every tripwire,
Mhm.
everything that you said. But this is how they fucking get you.
Maybe
Okay.
he's just too angry. He isn't even thinking straight.
He's like, that was my dog.
Yeah. Seriously, you made me kill my own dog. But Arkin releases the wire above the collector, and he sends Chekhov's sharp chandelier right down to pierce through him and pin him to the floor. Triumphant strings rise in the score as Arkin carries Hannah at his hip, racing through the front door as the collector howls hilariously on the floor. That's the only noise we heard from him.
Yeah, I was like, is that him screaming like that? Embarrassing.
Well, he's like, is this what I've been doing to people?
Yeah.
It's like, ow.
This sucks. The pair set off for the road, and they spy the flashing lights of emergency responders, various vehicles speeding for the Chase mansion. Arkin rushes right into the road, where he is immediately struck by a police cruiser.
I busted out laughing. He can just drop fucking dead.
Yeah.
I busted
Yeah.
out laughing because you've got to be kidding.
Yeah, this is really what we're doing?
Yes, precisely.
Yes, it is.
He topples over the top of it to land in a stern stop on the asphalt. As Hannah crumbles to tears in the surrounding shrubs, the collector somehow frees himself from his trap, staggering out of the house and stalking through the night to trace the pair's path. Arkin reaches for Hannah as the collector creeps up from behind her. But in a flash of lightning, just before he can snatch her up, Arkin realizes that it's not the collector who is slinking his way through the shrubs, but a police officer played by Tom Haberkorn. I was like, it fucking better not be the collector.
Yeah.
As he scoops Hannah into his arms, wraps her in a blanket, and sets her in the back of his squad car, Arkin is tended to by medical personnel.
I will say this gash in his forehead, his very rude wake-up call, seeing it under better light now, it looks really good.
It does.
Yeah.
I was impressed. Arkin is placed on a gurney and loaded into the back of an arriving ambulance, but he spots Hannah through the sea of first responders, the world moving in slow motion as solemn chords pervade the score. Until... boom. The front of the mansion explodes in a ball of fire, the collector's rigged dynamite going off in the cellar. A pair of uncredited firefighters race for the blaze as Hannah watches her home go up in flames through the back window of the car. Just a small cameo, one of the cops that is here is played by John Gulager, who directed Feast.
Hey.
Oh.
But inside the ambulance, the sheriff, played by Gregory Allen Williams, questions Arkin. This guy, the exterminator, he was the same guy working here earlier in the day? You saw his face?
Are you not only that's the reveal, this is how we're learning that's the reveal?
And that's the thing is there's a moment later that works way better if this line is not
Yeah,
there.
I was
Yeah.
like, did I miss something?
Yeah.
I do not like this at all.
No.
It's so flat.
Yes.
It's cool we got an ID, but yeah, it doesn't. It's like, oh.
No,
alright.
it doesn't. It's just, all
Yeah.
right. Because his eyes weren't looking like that. And Dale Gribble.
Yeah. No shit. Arkin confirms this weekly, and when the sheriff demands to know what happened in that house, Arkin tells his half-truth. I tried to save them. I really did. Sheriff's like, are you just happy to see me, or is that a
Oh
fucking...
my God, that's my next note.
a ruby in your pocket?
Is there a ruby in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me? You bastard.
Dude, that's crazy. But just then, a young officer played by Robin Noble opens the back door of the ambulance, leaning in to reveal to her superior that the company is called Master Trap Extermination, and they've got an address. The sheriff hops out of the ambulance, instructing the paramedic played by Hiro Koda to get Arkin safely to the hospital. As the emergency lights surround the property, we descend deep into the grass, where the spider that the collector rescued from the basement lowers itself from a length of web, the flickering reds and blues reflected into its 8 eyes.
I knew that 8-legged bastard was in on the whole thing. I knew it.
It's like, yes.
It's all coming to plan.
And I did want to say this level of computer graphic work seems very out of place in this film. And I learned that what happened is the director and screenwriters, they knew a guy that had worked on Pan's Labyrinth, and he lent this to them for free.
Okay.
Oh, that's fucking cool.
And so that's why it looks so good. I am a little puzzled by its inclusion, I have to say, because it feels very out of place and strange.
Yeah, I still don't know what bugs have to do with anything.
Well, maybe it's telling us that
He's
maybe something is still living on, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Bugs.
You know how
Yes.
spiders have 8 lives or whatever?
We all know that.
Everyone knows that. Praying mantises are super horny and spiders have 8 lives, you know?
But as the ambulance speeds off into the rainy evening, we return to Arkin, who rests wearily on the gurney. He reaches into his pocket in full sight of the paramedic to clutch the ruby that he stole from the chase's safe. We then pan past Roy, who sits beneath red lights at the strip club, a puff of smoke rising from his lips as a pair of women bathed in pale purple dance topless behind him. We pan past the shattered window at Oasis Lanes, where a fretful Lisa holds Cindy close to her beneath the neon blue light, the young girl clutching the bear that Arkin gave her. In the back of the ambulance, though, Arkin asks the paramedic, "What time is it?" The medic consults his watch before answering. It's just before midnight. Arkin sighs with great relief, unburdened from fear or worry. I made it.
You didn't.
No, it's not Venmo. Like you still have to fucking find a fence for this ruby, get the money to your wife. Her kneecaps are already broken.
They're gone. Yeah.
There's no way that you've
Say
done
goodbye
it.
to those.
Arkin pleads with the paramedic to call Lisa for him, and at his continued insistence, the medic relents, asking for his wife's phone number. But before Arkin can provide it, a white van crashes into the side of the ambulance, causing the mass of metal to overturn, medical supplies strewn all over, and the medic thrashed around by the shifting gravity of the rotating vehicle. It settles to an upside-down stop.
All right. What else?
I don't know. I will say the work on the interior looked really good.
It looked excellent, and I would put money on miniature work for the outside.
You are absolutely correct.
I fucking knew it. I knew it.
It was literally a toy car.
Okay. I knew it.
It looked good.
It worked.
It is, yes.
For sure, yeah.
Arkin is left hanging from the gurney, crying for help from the wounded paramedic. But through the red taillights stalks the collector, who tears the door open, sinking a throwing knife into the skull of the medic before cutting Arkin free from his restraints. He falls to the floor, the collector dragging him through the rain, through the mud, and over to the back of his van. He subdues Arkin with a strike across the jaw, lifting him up to load him into the red trunk. Arkin struggles against his captor, but he's no match for the collector, who crushes his fingers with the heavy lid of the trunk before securing Arkin inside. With another finally added to his collection, the collector slams the back doors of the van, returning to the front of the vehicle. But before he climbs into the driver's seat, he tears the Master Trap Extermination decal from the door with a swift swipe. He then speeds away through the evening, the lights of his vehicle growing dimmer as he disappears through a veil of rain. We cut to black, and the credits roll. But in his lair, in a post-credit scene, the collector sits atop his trunk, cycling through slides of houses to select his next target. Beneath him, Arkin's muffled voice swears that he'll fucking kill him, but he is promptly silenced by one stiff kick to the side of the trunk.
He's like, you fucking bitch. Is anybody else thinking
Absolutely.
okay?
Yeah.
Well, he's got that ruby.
Yeah, it's true.
does. And his wife's kneecaps are dust.
Yeah, wow.
That's
That's
done.
wild, man.
Yeah, that's
He doesn't
over.
have to sell it anymore.
No. So, what did you guys think of The Collector?
So now that we're able to talk about it, yeah, I think that a lot of the strengths of the movie, the gore, the kills, they look cool and a lot of that. I think that the lack of a story or any kind of background or even Arkin was not really somebody that I was cheering for.
No.
It just there. And also, I felt a little discombobulated with it being like feeling like different movies mashed together, like ideas, not even different movies, just ideas from different movies. And I mean, some of the stuff did look cool, but I don't understand how, we're doing certain things or how again, the traps would have taken a long time.
Right.
The traps and it just happened so quick. Where the squeaking board, it was almost a character in itself. Almost.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? The thing with Larry, I mean, again, I want to say good things because it is so bad. It's good because I'm laughing. I had a fantastic time talking about it,
Yes.
Yeah.
But the movie itself is just, oh, wow. But again, it makes it good. I'm having a bit of a problem thinking of a number for it, but right now we're just kind of giving our impressions and our overall. I'll be honest. I would tell someone I would recommend the movie and tell them to watch it, but I would say, look, maybe it's not great.
Uh-huh.
Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it for whatever. Because like we were talking about too, the seriousness of why it's so serious, but it's doing these goofy things. The cat, the book hiding the shoe. It was just very. That's
The dog.
The dog. That's very funny.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. And this was all played very seriously. I'm having a hard time getting over that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, everything else. Fun time, fantastic time.
Yeah, it was definitely a blast to talk about. I think that I'm in the same boat as you where I don't really know what to rate this because I do not think this is a good movie. And I want to be very clear about that.
Uh-huh.
But did I have fun watching it? Yes. And did I have a lot of fucking fun talking about it? Absolutely. I think that if we were in a position to have watched this together, the first time we watched it, I think that this is something, and not that it can't be now, but I think that it would have been a different first impression. I think that this is something that we could return to or laugh about or what. Not that it has any quotable lines now that I'm thinking about it, but
Well, Arkin's kind of funny when he's telling people to shut up.
yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah. But that's the thing is I think that if you watched this with your family or your friends, or you watched it at a certain age,
True.
I think that even if we'd watched it when it came out, I think we would feel differently about it.
Yeah.
But I do love the moments of aggressive 2000-ness, the over saturation with the color. It is it is not pleasing to look at. It's not good, but there is something nostalgic about it because so many movies that I loved at that time looked like that and they were doing that.
Yeah.
I think that there were some really inventive things going on in that house. Things like with the dog that I've never seen before. Things that defy logic, such as the goop on the floor of the bedroom that seems to eat certain things, but not other things. And them trying to electrocute this man with a TV and a fish tank and
I don't understand.
killing Larry instead.
Arkin's like, we weren't trying to kill Larry? Because how the hell?
I know.
Push
man.
with your legs. There's so many things that I'm walking away from this glad that I experienced.
Yeah.
Is it a good movie? Absolutely not. And it's not. Like, let's be honest. And I know that people love it. I know that they do. I perused Letterboxd. I see a lot of 4s. I see some 5s. I see, but I think that we all enjoy things for different reasons.
True.
And I was really excited to watch this because so many people recommended it and I had never seen it. Again, all I knew about it was that it was, conceived at one point, or it was going to be an installment in the Saw franchise.
Yeah.
And again, maybe so bad it's good, as those films get sometimes. I don't know what side of Saw I'm going into this expecting. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I had a completely open mind. I wanted the Collector to be real scary. When we were adding bugs to it, I thought that could be a cool element. But I think that they introduce things and then they defy them. Like, I'm thinking there's going to be maybe a mob thing, or maybe the loan sharks. I mean, I don't know. They add these things and they mention them so casually, and they're big themes, or big bads, really. These people that he's working with.
Roy.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on? But you introduce these things. We have one scene with them, and then it's like, just get Arkin back to this fucking house that is being rapidly booby-trapped as we speak.
Yeah, it's getting worse the longer we're here.
Yeah,
Worse and worse. You have Jill's boyfriend dying silently. His only lines were like, I think we should do it right now. And then he doesn't scream. Nothing. And he's being ripped to shreds by bear traps. It's after punching a knife. It's real funny.
He did punch a knife.
It's really funny. And I don't think that was the intention, but I think that it didn't stop me from having a lot of fun.
Saying that out loud is fun. Punching a knife.
He punched a knife.
He did.
And the Collector's like fucking got a hard on watching. Like, it's just weird.
Wow.
Yeah, he was
licking his chops.
He was.
And the glowing eyes. I just have so many questions, and they answered none of them. And this dude got a fucking giant unpolished ruby digging into his leg the whole fucking movie. That's
and he's
hilarious.
getting into full fights on the ground, tussling around, cutting his outer thigh.
It's real funny. And then he's screaming like fucking Donnie Wahlberg at the end of it. I don't know where we go from here. I don't know what number. I know we're not there yet, but what number to even attribute to this.
It's a tricky one.
It's a tricky one because it's a mess, but it's a fun mess in spite of itself, I would say.
Yeah.
In spite of itself. But I think that's all I got. This was a mess, but it was weirdly a lot of fun.
I think that's the thing for me, that it gets difficult sometimes, where it's like laughing with someone versus laughing at someone.
Yeah.
Right.
And is it your skill and your intention that I'm laughing at you? If you're cracking these jokes on purpose, then that's a different story.
Yeah.
Right.
And I really do. Everything that I read, they made it like, look, this is a back to basics. This is a classic kind of a horror film with these elements of a heist film and this home invasion. They never said, and we're trying to have some fucking fun with it, which is shocking to me.
Yeah.
Because it's so clear.
Look at the things you just listed.
Right.
It's a burglary within a Saw film, within a heist, within
You got
whatever
some slasher elements.
Yeah. We just need space.
Yeah, that'll be in the third Collector.
Yeah.
And I will say, I did not enjoy this film per se, but will I watch the collection? Probably.
Yeah, but that's
maybe.
the thing. This wasn't good, but does it make me want to see if they answer some questions in the second one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
That is true.
Why?
Why are his eyes glowing?
Why? That's the biggest one. And the thing is that without explaining it, it makes it a little puzzling, but does it look cool? Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
It does look pretty cool.
Yeah.
Even if I can't explain why the hell it's happening. I think that this one is just a really confusing film. It's so aggressively 2000s in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
It is quite hard to look at sometimes. But then other times there are these really cool moments. That overhead shot of the Collector pursuing him through the rooms.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Really good.
I like elaborate traps.
Yeah.
That's something that's very interesting in the Saw films that I always appreciate.
Right.
And I disagree. Like we were talking about earlier, this thing with the critics calling it torture porn. I don't know that fits this film.
I don't think so. There is torture, but I wouldn't like dismiss it as that.
Maybe light.
Maybe, but not to the level of something else, other films that fit that, I guess, subgenre.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I don't know. I'm so confounded, but I do understand why people watch this and enjoy it.
Oh, yeah.
I just think that there's a lot about it that simply isn't for me, but I'm not going to begrudge anyone for saying the Collector is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It's a great time.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Collector, I don't like him.
Yeah.
I really wanted this dude to be scary as hell. Mm-hmm. And there's something about, I don't know, the way he operates, the way he goes through this house. He's fucking licking his lips in the den, getting off on whatever the hell is going on.
Yeah.
It's not scary to me. And he does not at all feel threatening at any point during the film.
Yeah.
Which is why I was so confused that Arkin didn't try to kick his ass earlier.
Yeah.
That is true.
Really weird.
Yeah.
I think that and it's not, I was going to say some of the stuff he does is scary, but it's scary in the sense of like, oh, that would really hurt.
Yeah.
Not like, you know what I mean?
And it's not even a matter of being cunning, because it's like, look, I would never dare throw a punch at John Kramer because I know he's got something in the way to capture me or to kill me.
Right, right.
This dude, I feel like he's not like as intelligent even, because a lot of the shit that he does is just there's no trap in just putting a bunch of bear traps on the floor.
Yeah.
That's nothing. I got this acidic goop at a wholesale store.
He got a Sam's.
Yes, I gotta use it. It expires tomorrow. And
he
it's
also
just,
got a hell of a deal on fish hooks.
apparently, dude. Good Lord. But I don't know. I think that's what I wanted a lot more, is to be scared of this dude.
Yeah.
That, and to have a protagonist to root for. Mm-hmm. Even if he's complex and complicated, he's doing bad things for a good reason.
Right.
Right.
But at the same time, he's also like so unheroic. It's staggering.
When he's like tying up Jill, and he runs up
God.
the stairs.
He is preoccupied with fucking capturing her, doing whatever he's doing, and he could. That's the perfect time. His guard is down.
Yep.
But Arkin's like, I'm going to go set an alarm clock upstairs,
and I got to fold this dude back in his, trunk.
Oh my
he did.
God.
He kept putting him back.
And poor Larry.
Yeah.
Poor Larry. But I mean, I guess we can slide into ratings. This one's really difficult.
Yeah.
Because it was a ton of fun talking about it with you. Mm-hmm. I will tell you, as I'm watching the film and working on my script, I was not having a good time.
I bet.
But sitting down and going through it, it's like, actually, that was a blast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know if that's the film or if that's us.
I agree.
But I mean, I don't know. There is stuff here. There are cool moments of cinematography. The stuff that they did with that house, stitching all of these different places together cohesively.
Yeah.
I think that is pretty remarkable.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciated the music. I like these little homages to Seven with that opening credit sequence.
Right.
I think that there are some neat things here. And the idea of the Collector is pretty frightening.
Yeah.
Execution of him, not so much.
Right.
And I would have liked as well if his identity is much more meaningful when it's revealed.
That part.
Yeah.
I really did not like this thing where they're in the back of the ambulance and he's like, so he's the exterminator or something?
And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, I saw him.
And really, if you think about it, yeah, he took the sticker off the side of his van.
Yes.
But there was two of y'all there.
There
so
sure
who
were.
the hell was with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so is your coworker just a normal dude?
He's just a regular guy.
He's like, he has nothing to do with this. But I think that could have worked better as well if that was the reveal. Is we have no idea who this fucking guy is.
Yeah.
But we did see that van. We did see him talk to that exterminator.
Mm-hmm.
But for it to just fall so flat, and and we found the name of the company.
Yes,
All
yes.
right, dude, whatever. But I mean, everybody did their best and did what they could as far as performances are concerned.
Yeah.
I wanted more of Roy, of
Yes.
Wisdom.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think he's fantastic, and I think that there could be something there as far as the narrative is concerned.
Yeah.
Of kind of being like, no, Arkin, you're not stepping out of line. I pick the fucking jobs.
Yeah.
And it being...
Yeah, he makes the fucking chocolate.
Right.
Yeah.
It's his fucking factory. But I don't know. I think that there is stuff here to have fun with. I think what I came to this film for, I didn't receive.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate this. It almost feels like it's part of the Saw universe.
Almost, yeah.
It feels like Saw Jr.
Yeah.
You know? And so I do like some of these elements because I love Saw. And I love inhabiting that world even when the films falter a little bit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to talk my way through it, guys.
We're stalling. We're stalling.
We are. But I think, and honestly, the other thing about the insects, I wanted that to come into play more.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Especially learning that he's an exterminator. I do appreciate these small, subtle nods, like this web of wire, the way that Michael was killed and hung up like a spider's victim.
Yeah.
These things, but then it's like, well, I guess the needle in her mouth is like being stung like a bee. I don't know.
It's like, all right, dude.
What are we doing?
No, that was the needle in the ear from the phone.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a wasp. And then,
Yeah.
all right.
Then we need a bee.
All right. But I don't know. I think for me, out of 10 superfluous spider sightings, I am going to give The Collector 5.
Okay.
I was thinking of 4.5, but there are things that I do appreciate here that I think should be highlighted.
Mm-hmm.
But it is for me, this is not a good film. And it's a lot of fun to talk about and to dissect, but I think that if they were going for scary, they missed the mark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If they were going for this hilarious, I don't even know what, then you knocked it out.
They
of the
nailed
park.
it.
Yeah.
But I will now open the floor to you.
I think we've said a lot already, but I think it is those things that aren't supposed to be funny that are funny what really help sell the movie to me.
Okay.
Because it is in the territory of so bad it's good. Again, and if people really like it, good. You know what I mean? I'm glad I like it for a different reason.
Right.
But I did have fun, and I would watch this movie. I could see watching this movie, having a couple of drinks and yelling at the TV all the time, or like wanting to throw your glass and be like, "Oh, what are you doing?" Like, because you are, even as bad as some of the direction is, or like the story or whatever we're doing, you're still invested some.
Mm-hmm.
You are still, even if you're like, what the fuck am I watching? You're paying attention. It does look cool. A lot of the gore is, I don't know why the dude fell the way he did into the bear trap. But I mean, they came into play.
They did.
They did. And the spider web thing, or the razor wire,
Yeah.
I wish we would have got a little more out of that than just the dude cutting his face a little bit, Arkin. And I was like, oh, how long did that take you to do?
Seriously.
And that's what you got. You know
He was
what I
like,
mean?
oh, man.
Yeah.
That hurt a little.
Yeah. But I mean, it is a fun movie. I had, I won't repeat too much, but same thing. I had a lot of fun talking about it with you guys, you know. Would I watch it again? Probably. And it does make me curious, you're right, T, about wanting to watch the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I would recommend, see how you like it. Like it for what it is, or like it for the same reason that we're getting enjoyment out of it.
Or hate it.
Or hate it.
just
Yeah.
genuinely
Or
love
just-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for me, on a scale of 1 to 10 superfluous spider sightings, I'm going to give The Collector a 6 out of 10. I had fun, and watching it, a lot of just, I don't even want to say nonsense, because I don't know what you would call it. Just what's going on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, the stuff that's not supposed to be funny, it's very funny. I don't know what that says about me, but a lot of it is very funny.
No, it is.
It is.
And that is enjoyment. I am getting enjoyment out of it.
I think I went through stages because I was very hopeful at the beginning. And then once we get toward kind of the middle, I'm like, oh, this is not good. Like, I'm not having a good time. And then as we start, barreling into that third act, I'm like, this is fucking hilarious. And I'm laughing alone, pausing it to giggle because I can't believe what they have served to us. Genuinely. I've gone over it enough. The things that baffle me and confound me and oddly make me want to experience that sequel because maybe I'll get some semblance of an answer there.
Maybe.
I don't know. I haven't even looked at reviews for the second one, if they go up or down or stay consistent. I don't know. But I am intrigued that we may learn more about this collector and what his MO is. Is Arkin going to be in the second one?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I am intrigued, and I think that that's something that I don't know that we have any requests for that one.
I don't know either.
I'll have to check. But that is something that I am interested in experiencing after experiencing this first one. It is a film, in my experience, that does kind of grow on you because I only watched it for the first time 2 or 3 days ago, and I've gone through a range of emotions with it.
Yeah.
And I think now, having talked about it and had so much fun talking about it, I have made peace with what this is. And you have to accept it for what it is, whether that's what they meant it to be or not. This was a hot mess in a very entertaining way.
Yeah.
I sat down not sure if this was going to be a 4.5 or a 5, but it growing on me the way that it has. Once we've started, this wrap up, I was like, okay, are we at a 5.5 or a 6? And I was afraid that a 6 was too high. But my husband blazed a trail. And so on a scale from 1 to 10, superfluous spider sightings, in spite of itself, I am giving The Collector 6 out of 10 superfluous spider sightings. This film is not good. And again, I want to be
very clear about that.
No. I didn't say that either.
No. Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate The Collector, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at JuggaloDaddy84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, though we're all struggling to make ends meet, resorting to nefarious means to do so just might result in you meeting your end. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Tamez, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M., Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle, OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy.
Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Casali Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Jason X Rules, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rantz, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L, Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M, Ghastly Grandad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M, Brandon C, Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz,
Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jada Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joe Miller Apologist, Jalen Perry, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B, Elena C, Jillian Mumford, Evil Chris, Rex Term Raul, Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Just Give Me One Wish Like Ray J, Skin Deep, Christian Salvatierra, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Almos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley, Like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Mesquites, Jennifer Hager, Knox Nocturnal, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bozell, Crystal Reddy, Stu Mocker Fokker, Sean Weeks, Chardonnay Carlina, Samara Samuels, The Chief King, Nicholas Doba, Philip Thomas, Ashley Gravely, It's Austin Buttercrush, and Kimberly Martinez. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you. We appreciate all of you, and we hope that you know that you have stolen our hearts.
Aw, like that ruby.
Yeah.
Which he held on to. The whole picture. Until next time.